Hey, hello, everybody. Let's swap screens. How is everybody doing? For those of you on Twitch, ignore the game because for some reason I can't choose what category I'm in today, apparently. I have no idea how this stuff is supposed to be working. Oh, hello, and that's not what I wanted. Let's hide the window for 2 seconds. Because I'm using this I'm going to say app/website to multi-stream, and I don't know how to change things. So yeah, we're having a moment. Right, I don't want backup things. I want to change the stuff. Oh, I can get chat on there? Okay. That still does not help me with the category Twitch is put me in at the moment. Yeah. Unless I can't change it. It'd be weird if I couldn't, though. Edit event, would that be it? Add channels. No, that's just my channel stuff. That's just that. Oh, there we go. I have no idea. Right, okay. Okay, I think I've saved that. Okay. Because we don't want to be in the Dragon Age section if we're not playing Dragon Age. We're having a moment. But I think I've got it sorted. We're okay. But hello, Shooting Star. For some reason, I can't find chat on my OBS, even though I had it up last time. Like, what did I do? How did I get it up last time? Is it because we're streaming through the other thingy-majigger? I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's probably because I'm using... yes, I am thinking. It's probably because I'm using Restream. And because I'm using it to go through there, it's making it a whole ordeal just to get chat up. That's okay. We will work around it. Speaking of chat, let's bring chat up. We're also going to need... no, not that one. Is it that one? Ah! Why is it not coming up now? Okay, we're having scuff already. There we go. Right, let's move you up. So then you're not in chat's way. Alright, we're gonna stop Fenris. Right, there we go. We're getting somewhere. Chat needs to find a place. I'm pressing buttons. Right. I think we're okay. Don't quote me on that, though. Hello, everybody. We're finally back. But yeah. So hello again, Twitch. It's been a while. So for those of you who are on Twitch, I will do a little bit explaining where we've been because things happened. So Streamlabs decided that it wasn't going to work anymore. It kept crashing every time I tried to boot it up. So because of that, we couldn't get multi-stream to work. So I managed to get OBS downloaded and working more or less. But OBS on its own does not multi-stream. You have to use a third-party thing to multi-stream with it. So that's what we've done today to make sure Twitch still gets the live stream. Hence why I'm having scuff, because I have no idea what I'm doing. But there's that. But we are back. We are working. It is going to be a little bit of a weird one because obviously, in order to get chat working, I need either YouTube's chat up or I need Restream's chat up, which is going to be complicated because I want the screen for this. So I'll make do. We're making do. We're making do. But today we are going to react to this video that I found the other night. I only watched some of it, so I thought it's giving me nostalgia. And I know how you guys love your nostalgia. So that's what we're going to do today. Hopefully. As long as we don't get more scuff. Because then it's bad. we can do without the scuff. But it wouldn't be a Yukiro stream if there was no scuff, so we got off to a good start. If it looks like I got a weird lazy eye that keeps blinking, it's because I've turned on the face tracking which allows for blinking. It is a little bit hypersensitive. So when I blink, it doesn't register that. Well, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, sometimes it doesn't register that I'm blinked rather than winked. So sometimes, yeah, it'll look like I'm blinking instead of winking. Winking instead of blinking, rather. It's a thing. I can turn it off if it gets annoying. Like that. I'm blinking, not winking. But I kind of put it on for testing reasons. So yeah, if it looks like my eyes are kind of like spazzing out a little bit, that's why. Don't panic. How am I? I am doing well. How are you? Hopefully you're doing well. I think we've got everything set up. I think we're okay. We don't want to scroll too far down. So this video is by the Nat Cave. I don't know who they are. It was just a video that was recommended to me last last night before, whenever it was. God, that bling is loud. Can't mistake that for nothing else. That lets me know chat has left a message. So I won't need chat up constantly. Well, my chat anyway. This chat on screen is staying up. I mean the other chat. Chat you guys can't see. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. That's what I like to hear. Everything else seems to be in order. Everything else seems to be working. I am not going to close that just in case. Yeah, that's my chat. I popped it out. There's a joke there somewhere. I believe we're good to go. I'm just really confused why I can't get chat up on stream OBS. It's like such a weird program. Stop loading. I need to change that toggle. I ran out of places I wanted that toggle to be. Screenshot, add. No, so all the images and browsers and stuff. Oh well, it's fine. We'll make do. I can't get chat on the side where it'd be nice and easy for me, because why would anything be easy? Nothing's easy. Nothing is easy. Never easy. So we have desktop audio is working. Don't want the capture card on. We don't need Windows capture on, I don't think. As long as we got desktop audio on, should be good. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. It's been a while since I've done a reaction. So I'm just making sure everything's good before we start. And I think studio mode is that other thing. It'd be really nice if I could get chat up on here rather than have a pop-up of the YouTube channel chat. I'm guessing it's because we're using the thingy to stream. Okay, it's fine. We're good. It's fine. Okay, let's start.
Pokemon is a phenomenon. All over the world, people seek to catch them all and do battle with their pocket monsters. And while Pokemon is more popular today than ever, I don't think it will ever match the frenzied, maniacal peak.
Yeah, hopefully that sounds okay.
For those that remember, it was a weird and wonderful time. From enjoying the legendary manga, including that incredible...
I think he means anime there, not manga. There is a manga though. Good morning, Blackwell. Hope you're having a good week so far, Yukiro. Did you check out those things I linked on the Discord? I did. I have it downloaded ready. I was going to do that today, but then I came across this video, so I'll do that either next live stream, so then we've got something to look forward to. But yeah, I did. I've got it. Because the demo was free, so I did get it. But yeah, he means anime here, not manga. Also, I didn't know you do reaction content. I say that as I remember the one video you reacted to by Connor Dog. Yeah, I don't do reaction content often. Usually because everybody has said what I feel anyway, so they usually say it better. So if I do want to say something or react to something, I try to make it as different as possible. But I'm not very good at reaction content, so But I try.
First movie that was just such an unbelievable event, to spending every penny we could get our grubby little mitts on assembling the ultimate deck of Pokemon cards, and getting...
I still have my cards. I don't know where they are. I think they're in the attic. But they're in a little jewelry case thing. It's not an actual jewelry case, but it looks like one. It's kind of like a little chest, but really, really tiny. Well, I say tiny, it's a decent size. But that's why I kept all my cards, because I didn't have one of those fancy card holders back in the day. Maybe one day I can find them. If I do, I'll show you guys, but don't hold your breath because I don't know where they are. I do remember, though, that I had I think it was a Raichu, but it was a Japanese one. It was very cool. I liked it. Because we had some Japanese people stay with us for a little while, and they gave me lots of Pokemon stuff. You may not be good, but all that matters is that you're honest in your reactions. As long as you are honest within reason, I wouldn't be worried. Oh, thank you. I do try. And you're right, that is the most important part.
So excited by them that our schools banned us from bringing them in. And
I don't remember if my school banned them. But at the same time, I tried to think now. I think by the time I was collecting the cards, I don't think anyone else was really into it, because there wasn't a lot of nerds in my school back then. I think I only had one other friend who was a nerd. She did actually get me into gaming with Final Fantasy. I want to say Final Fantasy VII. But she wasn't really a huge Pokemon fan. So I was the only Pokemon fan in my school that I knew of. There might have been others, but I never saw them or knew of them.
Of course, that we all now regret losing or giving away. But all of this began with a couple of modest little cartridges for what was arguably the single greatest handheld.
Yeah, so obviously in Japan they had red and green released first. We didn't get to see green. We had red and blue. I can't remember what the reason for that was. I want to say green had bugs or issues, and so they just released blue. Because most of the Pokemon games, at least the prior ones, used to come in threes. Gen 1 is the only one where it actually came out in fours, technically speaking, because also you had Pokemon Yellow, which was like the Ash Ketchum version of the games. If you thought Pokemon Outcry was bad, you should see how I think Brazil reacted to Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, I can imagine. There's a really infamous clip of Brazil of a Brazilian news program where the anchor has a rat. Okay, that's classic. Yeah, that is really classic. Oh man, I didn't get to watch a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because back in the day, it was hard to get a hold of anime, unless it was like really, really mainstream, like Pokemon. It's a lot better nowadays. But back then, there wasn't as many animes here. And what we did have was Americanized to high hells. A classic example used in Pokemon would be the jelly donuts, when it was clearly a rice bowl, okay? It was clearly a rice bowl. You could have just, kept with like rice theme, even if you didn't want to use the Japanese like terms for them. America.
Gaming phenomenon in history.
Oh man.
There,
this Game Boy, I think I've still got mine. I think it still works as well.
Adventure of playing Pokemon on the Nintendo Game Boy will remain up there with the most classic of our childhood memories. And this is the story of how those memories came to be.
I love that theme tune. My school didn't play Pokemon, though then again, I started around school in 2012, but they did discourage us from reading Diary of a Wimpy Kid in our library. I think Dork Diaries got the same treatment. Wow. I don't think there was many books banned where I'm from. But at the same time, my generation was special in that we liked to torture ourselves with our content. Watership Down, I am looking at you. So we didn't shy away from blood and death here. It might be different now. Because every Easter, it's the same issue every Easter. The TV people always put on Watership Down, because bunnies. Watership Down is not kid friendly. It is a kids show, but it was made during the time where people weren't overly sensitive to like death and stuff. So it's a controversy every freaking Easter. Yeah, that's the stuff I grew up with. So like Watership Down, Animals of Fathom Wood, a lot of animal death in that. So we didn't shy away from things. So it was very rare to get a book banned. Again, I'm not sure if it's the same now. I don't go to school now, obviously, but yeah, we didn't really think too much back then about, I guess, protecting kids from things. I had a Game Boy Advance that my brother had when he was little, but it was nearly unplayable because the light was so dim that only brightly lit rooms would be good for playing in. Yeah, I didn't have an advanced. I think I had the... What is this one? I have it next to me. The DS Lite, which did play... Don't you foot... It fell over. Which does play Game Boy Advance games. Let's save that. There we go. I've been replaying Breath of Fire. Hence why I've got my DS Lite out. So I do have advanced games, hence the Breath of Fire. But I don't have the advanced system. I think that was one of the only ones I missed. But yeah, the problem with the Game Boy original and the Game Boy Color was they had no like real backlight, so you had to play them in a really brightly lit room. Although I will say we did have the extension for the original Game Boy where it had the magnifying glass, magnifying glass. I got there in the end. And it had a sort of light on it, so you could play in the dark. It wasn't very good, but it worked well enough that you could like play in the dark. But it had no, like, it wasn't like today's technology where you could just like play anywhere without any extra add-ons. And I will give Watership Down credit. It just isn't just blood, gore, death, nor is it disturbing all the way through. It also gives us a fascinating glimpse into Rajaput culture. Yeah, like I love Watership Down because it is very, very like realistic. Obviously it's still a cartoon. It still has liberties taken, but it is very realistic in how like animals react to things, and it doesn't sugarcoat things either. I know in the movie, they didn't show a lot of the exposition of what happens when their warren gets filled in by the builders. In the book, it goes into a lot more depth where they used, I want to say it was like a gas, like they gassed the rabbits so that they couldn't they would die and get like choked out, and then they filled in the Warrens as well. So it was a little bit more graphic in the book compared to the TV show, but I think the TV show did well enough portraying what had happened. It was very good. Let's watch a bit more.
This all began in 1996 with a quaint Japanese RPG called Pocket Monsters, which of course made its way west. Pokemon Red and Blue released on Nintendo's Game Boy in 1998 and began a saga that would last until today.
Yeah, I had Pokemon Red and my sister had Pokemon Blue. The times. The only Game Boy Advance games I had was Jurassic Park 1 and one for Spider-Man 2 and Nickelodeon Kart Racers. I think I've only got... Let's think. I got Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. Breath Fire 1 and 2. I think that was all I got from the Advance section because I think by the time I was trying to collect them, there wasn't a whole lot of options near me, and I didn't really have the internet then to collect them, so beggars couldn't be choosers. If you really want a really disturbing animal cartoon wisdom worship down, watch Plague Dogs. Yeah, I love the Plague Dogs. And by love, I mean I love watching it and traumatizing myself. I think they're by the same author, if I recall. I thought from what Captain Holly said, the Warren died because of suffocation, not gassing. Yeah, in the cartoon, they don't portray the gassing at all. I think they thought that might be pushing it a bit too far. But in the book, it's a mixture of gassing and sort of like not being able to escape, and then obviously the Warren being filled in. It was a lot more graphic in the book, but still not too bad. But obviously, if you're a kid and you're reading that stuff, nightmares are going to ensue. But I tend to always gravitate to the really hold no punches stuff. I don't know why. I swear I'm normal. I swear.
The Game Boy is legendary, and as was the case with all video game technology of the day, the extremely limited hardware capabilities meant that manufacturers had to be highly selective about the features they included in their platforms. Today,
all those systems are giving me nostalgia.
More powerful. Many tasks that were once handled by bespoke chips are now consolidated onto the CPU or GPU. This need to pick and choose features meant that every game system had its own
Streets of Rage!
And this was true of no system more than the Game Boy.
Me and my dad used to play Streets of Rage like all the time together. I used to die quite a lot back in the day. I was never very good at Streets of Rage, so my dad carried me a lot. The same with Golden Axe. He used to carry me a lot there too. But I think my problem with Golden Axe was that I kept trying to get onto the little monster thing so I could have a little mount. They were cute, okay? I think you're right, but the difference with Plague Dogs, as I've read, is that the film was actually closer to the author's intention ending than the book. I can't remember, because in the book, I think he had to add on a happier ending, if I recall, because when the dogs trying to swim to the island, they get picked up, and then the original, I think it's Skritter's owner, hadn't died. He was just in the hospital or something. I don't know, but yeah, I think that's right. Did you play those old Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade games? I think I played one or two. but I don't think I owned them because back then you rented a lot of games. And I definitely remember renting one of them. I don't remember which one though. But I think that was on the Sega Mega Drive. So whatever one was on there.
The idea of releasing a handheld gaming system in 1989 still blows my mind. Even for the time, the Game Boy was a low-powered device, one that was designed to be affordable and offer exceptional battery life. It featured a custom Sharp CPU that was clocked at 4.2 megahertz. It had 8 kilobytes of memory and 8 kilobytes of video memory. This was significantly less than even the Atari Lynx that released the same year. Its screen
the Atari. My dad had an Atari. I think we might still have it. I don't know if it works though. Well, it only had 2 games on it, and that was Ping Pong and I can't remember what the game is called. It's the one where you've got the little bar at the bottom and you have to hit the ball to destroy the little bars at the top. That one. So yeah, I only had 2 games on there. But the little joysticks were just like little knobs you can twist and turn in order to move the thing about. The things I remember. Heaven forbid I remember what happened yesterday. I'll remember something that happened like years ago. Yeah, the book, he had to make it happy because of the publisher, but in the film, they make it for it as well. Also, the book has them adopted. Yeah. Yeah, the book was definitely a lot happier. I prefer the movie ending because it's left ambiguous, but you kind of know that they don't make it. And I think I kind of love a bad, well, not a bad ending, but a sad or bittersweet ending, as opposed to everything's happy and joyful. I don't mind happy endings, but they get boring after a while. If you still want to play Tetris as an official mobile app too, actually, I actually can play it on my Switch, which is how I've been playing it. I don't know if you've seen my videos, but I've actually been playing it. The game you're thinking of is Breakout. It might be. I don't know if that's what it was called then. Probably, but yeah, I think that's the one.
60 by 144 dot matrix LCD, where each pixel had its own liquid crystal structure, acting like a kind of light valve. As more voltage is applied to this structure, it prevents more and more light from passing through, and this is how we get the Game Boy's 4 colors. Now just think about that. 160 by 144 resolution means 23,040 individual pixels, with each of those pixels having its own crystal structure, dynamically adjusting its voltage in order to bring your game to life.
It's quite amazing how far technology has come now. Like you've gone from this, like four colors, 4 different shades of green and brown, I guess, to, I mean, look, we have avatars. Sorry to break immersion. To track our facial expressions. Like, holy shit, technology is just like fucking amazing. I love it.
Every single Game Boy had this, and with a refresh rate of 59.7 Hz, the screen was updating nearly 1.37 million pixels every single second. And this was on a handheld
device that's pretty cool.
In 1989. But the truly elegant design of the Game Boy is demonstrated when considering how
look at those old sprites
on this screen. The Game Boy used a tile-based display system. Instead of redrawing the entire screen every frame, the system worked with small 8 by 8 pixel tiles that could be repositioned, swapped, or modified independently. It also had dedicated sprite hardware, built-in support for scrolling background layers, and a window.
What have they done to that poor screen? That precious baby. It needs protecting.
Window layer. This clever approach maximized performance while keeping power consumption low. It's almost as if every aspect of the Game Boy fits together like a jigsaw puzzle. And this low-powered hardware configuration meant that a single batch of 4 AA's would land us with 30 hours of playtime.
Oh look, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
The power of the Game Boy was objectively low, even for the time. The sheer brilliance of its overall design meant that when the technology was in the hands of people that knew what they were doing...
Oh, what's the game? Megamind? No, wait, that's a movie. Oh, Mega Man. There we go. I remembered. I knew it was Mega something. I remember seeing a few videos last year about this one kid who beat Tetris world record for his he said, "Oh, that's really sweet." You know, sorry about his dad, but it's really sweet that he managed to beat the world record for his dad. Like, that's such a sweet, like, honor for him. I find it weird that the games look so bright on the video, but in the system I had, the light was very dim. Yeah, these are probably emulators, I'm gonna say. So that's probably how he's gotten the quality so good. But yeah, the quality on the Game Boy wasn't as crisp as this. It was still amazing for its time, but yeah, it definitely wasn't this crisp. Oh, you know what? There's me struggling to remember the game's name. It's right there. Right there! I'm such an idiot.
Ensued. Classic.
Yeah, we used to play this a lot as well.
And this game is still an absolute joy to play, even today. Rather than downport the Super Mario Bros. Game from the NES to the Game Boy, Nintendo created an original Mario game that was a microscopic 32 kilobytes in size. I cannot even fathom it.
This might have been actually was it the game that was our first game? No, I think Pokemon might have been our first game. But this might have been like our second one. Me and my sister used to play this all the time.
Just consider the development team, creating the levels, sprites, music, etc., and having to work within a 32 kilobyte budget. It's just insane. But due to the technical nature of the Game Boy, staying within this budget at the time was absolutely critical. But soon after release, Nintendo introduced its mapper chip, which allowed something called bank switching, and it changed everything for Game Boy games.
Oh yeah, the upgrades. I always wondered how they did like the upgrades, because you went from like obviously hello? Oh, there we go. I was gonna say I've crashed. You obviously went from Mario, they're probably gonna show it eventually anyway, to is it Super Mario Brothers? It's the second one anyway, that I think they came out on the Game Boy. I thought Game Boy and Nintendo were separate companies. I don't remember. Like, they might have been originally and then became the same company, because I can't remember when the first Nintendo came out. I can always look that up. I was gonna say, where's my phone? I'll look it up in a minute as I'm like
Visual
playing more.
demonstration of how this works. No matter how big the game is, the CPU could only ever see these two 16 kilobyte banks on the cartridge. Bank 0 was static, meaning the data in it could not be manipulated or changed. It was always the same. Whereas the data in Bank 1 could be swapped out as needed. So the MBC could take that 16 kilobyte block of data out of Bank 1 and switch it with a different bank of data as needed. And because this meant that the entire game no longer needed to be crammed into those two 16 kilobyte banks, magical things began to happen.
So cool. There we go. This is the other one I had.
Land had come out. Its sequel, Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins, appeared at a
Yeah, okay, that was the name. I knew it as something, like, had a second little title with it. Um, I want to say they were the same company. Yeah, they were the same company even back then. I guess they just didn't want to call the Game Boy the Nintendo for, um, because obviously they already had a Nintendo. I can't remember when the Nintendo itself came out. I knew it was in uh the 80s, but maybe they just didn't want to confuse it. Because obviously they've got their Nintendo system, so they probably didn't want to confuse the two and kept the like handheld as the Game Boy. Later, they did swap to the Nintendo DS. I'm not sure what the reason for that was, but yeah. Speaking of Mario, I don't know if Europe got the same treatment, but here in America we got one commercial for it that had a song parodying the intro for the 1950 sitcom. I don't remember. We we had definitely had some strange adverts for games. Um, I don't remember any Mario ones though.
Whopping
I'm sure if I saw it, it might jog some memories.
512 kilobytes, and it offered a generational leap in fidelity and gameplay. Only because of the power of bank switching, this
Oh man, I hated that
was
level.
achieved on the same system. The cartridge integrated Nintendo's first generation mapper chip, the MBC1, to manage the aforementioned bank switching, and wow. When sitting down to capture the footage for this video,
Oh,
I was
Wario.
having a great time with the original Super Mario Land. But when I fired up its sequel, it's no exaggeration to say that playing this game again blew me away. Seeing the
Yeah, like
evolution,
just like the quality difference just from that one little upgrade. I say little upgrade, but just from that one upgrade, but within the same system, was pretty cool. I'll link the ad I'm talking about in Discord later. It was for Super Mario Bros., which is why in it they say Mario from Donkey Kong. Yeah, because Mario did originate from Donkey Kong originally, didn't he? Because he used to do he had to jump over the barrels, climb the ladders, things. Oh man, I remember that. Because there was a game on the Game Boy. Can't remember what it's called. They might show it in this video. I'm not sure. But it had various different games on there. And I think that was one of them. And I think another one might have had Yoshi in it. I can't remember what the game was with Yoshi, but I definitely remember Yoshi being on the artwork. I can't remember what games were on there though. Yeah, the quality is also insane because it seems to be the first time Mario was represented in a cartoon style in the actual games. Yeah, yeah. Because I mean, just look at the difference in quality.
Super Mario Land to this, the scale, the graphics, the levels, the sprites, the physics, the music. But this has to go down as one of the absolute greatest sequels of all time and showcases, once again, how meager hardware,
Chaos.
well-designed,
Chaos.
can achieve seemingly impossible feats when in the right hands.
Sorry, I've got a trigger happy finger.
On the Game Boy, it was no slouch in that department either. Its audio processor had 4 channels, 2 square waves, 1 programmable waveform, and 1 noise channel. It had a mono
Yoshi's debut was in Super Mario World, by the way. Yeah, that's right. I didn't play too many Mario games. I remember playing the first two on the Game Boy, and a couple of the ones on that. The one I was talking about earlier, with all the different games on there. And I think the other one I played, obviously Mario Kart, because that's a classic. And I want to say the one on Nintendo 64 was the other one.
Speaker, but plug headphones in, and the Game Boy would output beautiful stereo sound. And it also had support for some basic effects, further heightening its creative and emotional potential. And as was the case with other technical aspects of the Game Boy, it was objectively weak when compared to other platforms. But when in the hands of a master...
Oh man, the Game Gear. I did not have a Game Gear, but I don't know about American schools, but here we used to have a day after, I think it was after exams, where we could like just relax. We didn't have to do any studying. We didn't have to do any like work or anything. We could just like have a day off in school. I can't remember what they called it. It had an official name. But basically you could bring in like your consoles, well, your handheld consoles, or a book, or anything to do that you wanted, as long as you were not like being too loud and disruptive and too chaotic. You were allowed to do that. One of my friends bought in theirs, so I managed to play on it a little bit. It was pretty cool. I can't remember what games he bought in though. It was probably like Sonic or something.
Ordinary things happened. I mean, just take a look at this. This is a beautiful presentation. Ninja Gaiden...
I did not have this game.
The Game Boy at its best. And just listen to that music. But the hardware capability itself was only half the story. The form factor was as critical to the Game Boy experience as anything else. Suddenly, rather than being tethered to a TV, we were free to play our games on the go. This portability...
And adults have regretted it ever since. Oh man. Go outside. Stop playing on your computers. And then we take our computers outside with us.
was a fundamental component of what elevated the Game Boy to its legendary status, and the key to the nostalgia and joy we all feel when thinking back to our time with this incredible game system. Whether it was making ourselves feel sick playing it in the car, or hiding it under our bed sheets with a toy.
I don't normally get car sickness. Depending on where I sit in the car, I can play on the computer. Sometimes I can't though. Sometimes it does cause a little bit of motion sickness when I do that. But yeah. Well, I know that in high school here, this was very recent. It's only graduated in 2004. The higher you are in grade level, the more final tests you could skip. I don't remember that we can skip any. At least not in schools I went to. They were all kind of mandatory. But I don't know about college. I didn't go to college and uni. I went straight to work. Because I wanted all the nerdy things. And I used to get bullied a lot by girls. So I was like, yeah, you know what? I've had enough of being bullied. I'm just going to go straight into work. I kind of do regret it a little bit because I think had I known what I know now, and wanting to do what I want to do now, I definitely would have pursued a further education in English to try and improve my dyslexia at the very least, because obviously I want to write books. So, but at the same time, I'm glad I didn't have to go through all the bullshit of being bullied again. And when you could skip the test, you didn't need to come to school. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Again, I don't know how about college and uni. I'm guessing if you just skip, then you just don't get the marks for those. Only if you met certain criteria and if your grades in whatever class you went to exempt are good enough. Also, the teachers have to sign if you exempt, and you have to turn it in. Oh, okay, fair enough. I guess like if you've got like really high grades anyway, and they know you would have passed the test, then I suppose that makes sense. It kind of stops wasting your time. Again, I don't know how things are in our higher education, and things might even be different now to what they would have been back when I was in school.
So that we could play it after we were supposed to have gone to bed. Now,
yeah,
where we were, what we were doing while playing the game combined to create the most powerful memories. So what would happen then when the ultimate adventure was released on this legendary handheld and we got to experience a quest for the ages wherever and whenever we wanted? For a while, I had to look on with envy as my friends set off on their respective Pokemon journeys. So it was a very special day when my father took me and my brother
Comet
aboard.
I haven't seen one of these stores in like forever. The last time I was in one of these, I don't even know if they exist in the UK now. But the last time I went in one of these, it was to get my PC. I don't have my PC set up anymore. It's way out of date anyway. I think it was like Windows 8 or Vista back then when I got my PC. Anyway, point is, I went in Comet to get my PC. And I was looking at all the different games to get with it because, you know, gamer. And the guy there was just like, oh, well, what games do you play? And so I mentioned Dragon Age because I'd been playing that. I didn't really know of Bioware all that much. I played Origins and I really enjoyed it. And so the guy was like, oh, well, if you liked Dragon Age, you'll probably like Mass Effect. They only had Mass Effect 2. So I originally started with Mass Effect 2 before I found Mass Effect 1, and then I restarted and played from scratch. But yeah, so that's how I ended up with Mass Effect. I mean, a fan of that. So thank you, guy who sold me the computer with Mass Effect. I keep pressing the button. I really need to change that then, because my twitchy finger always presses that button. I've never seen a comic store in my life. Is it a European chain? It was. I don't think it exists anymore. I think they went out of business. Or they just moved, and I don't remember actually. Did you ever get into Star Wars games? Yes. I wasn't a huge Star Wars fan. I liked the first three. Not really a fan of the prequels, and definitely not really a fan of the newer ones. But the games, I did play the Old Republic and the other one. I always forget which one's which, because you've got the Old Republic, and then you've got Knights of the Old Republic. I've played both. But I can never remember which one's the one that is online, and which one's the one that is the single-player RPG. But they're the only ones I've played. I really like the online one, though. I've played both factions, with my same friend. When we were playing the bad guys, I decided that I was going to be just all out a bitch. So one part of the story, I can't remember exactly. This was a while back. There was a mission for my character, because in that, I don't know if you played it, but you obviously get your own little storyline depending on what class you play. And there was this, I want to say it was a woman, and she was like, look, do whatever you want to me. Just spare my, I think it was husband? I want to say it was like the husband that she wanted to spare, or her family. But it was something like that. And I was like, okay, yeah, fine. I will spare this specific person that I've agreed to spare. But then I killed everybody else, her included, apart from this one specific person who I agreed to spare. And my friend was like, holy shit, Yukiro, what of it? And even the guy that was spared was like, you killed everyone. Why? Why did you kill everyone? I was just like, well, I promised I would spare you. I didn't promise I would spare anybody else. Oh, it was so fun. I don't usually enjoy playing like horrible characters because I feel bad, but that instant was just so much. It was so funny.
Bought us each a Game Boy Color and a copy of Pokemon. The Game Boy Color was released almost 10 years after the original and featured a number of enhancements. Most notable was, of course, the color display, a major upgrade from the quaint dot matrix screen in the original device, though it still, of course, lacked a backlight. But it also featured a more powerful CPU, more memory, and support for larger cartridges and Game Boy Color only games, but all while maintaining complete backwards compatibility for original Game Boy games.
I think that's what I missed the most out of consoles and that today. Granted, you got like PlayStation and the Nintendo. Well, I suppose even Nintendo in a little way. Xbox, where you can like buy, or I suppose with the Xbox you can do a little bit of backwards compatibility with the 360. But I missed that, like being able to just insert the old like system games into the console directly without having to pay again for the games. I missed that. By the way, let me know if I comment too much. No, it's cool. I don't mind.
I've had some of the greatest, most satisfying gaming experiences of my entire life on this extraordinary machine, including the most
the Game Boy Color I've had. Trying to think what it was. It didn't look like this. The one I had was a flippable one, and it had tribal designs on it. It was very cool. I think I've still got that as well somewhere.
Underrated Metal Gear Solid game of all time. A game I still can't get over, just how deep and varied the experience was. It was absolutely one of the best gameplay experiences from my childhood. I love Metal Gear Solid on Game Boy Color. And I also had the pleasure of experiencing one of the greatest Zelda games Nintendo ever created, with Link's Awakening DX. And of course the DX version included full color support. But for me, all of this began with Pokemon Blue.
For me, it was Pokemon Red. You're right, Xbox has backwards compatibility for both 360 and in the original. Nintendo does too, by the way, Nintendo Switch Online, but not for all the consoles. Yeah, and not for all the games either. And it depends on what package you're paying into. As I found out, I'm on the family plan with my sister because I was paying for Netflix, so she paid for the Nintendo Switch family pack. I can get some of the things to work. Like I can get the Game Boy to play the Game Boy games, but I can't get the 360. 360. That's Xbox. Nintendo 64 game thing. I can't get that to work because we're not playing into the highest tier, which is really annoying because I'm fairly sure it was just one basic package originally, instead of having to pay different freaking tiers for it. By the way, am I commenting? No, you're fine. Honestly, you are fine. I'm pausing a lot anyway because I don't believe in just letting the the video just play out without reacting to it. Plus giving like my own little chitter chatter. So don't worry about it, honestly.
My excitement was off the charts, but I could never have truly anticipated the scale of the adventure that lay before me. There was nothing, absolutely nothing on the scale, nor with the presentation of Pokemon Red and Blue. And after firing it up, nothing would ever be the same. Simply iconic. After selecting new game, we are briefed by Professor Oak. He gives us our mission to set forth and complete our Pokedex.
Oh, you might have missed that because I paused it at the wrong time. That was what the old Pokedex looked like, a book. Granted, it didn't look like that in the anime, but yeah, it was just a book.
He invites us to make a choice that for some will be definitive in our lives, selecting our starter Pokemon.
Charmander.
I chose Squirtle, and invariably...
Good choice. My first one was Bulbasaur, in the first time I ever played it. Since blah, blah, blah. Subsequent games, there we go, I managed to get my word out. I usually pick Charmander. One, because I like a little bit more of a challenge, because obviously the first 2 gens are really easy with Bulbasaur, and actually no, the first 3. The first 2 are fairly easy with Squirtle, being, you know, not a water type, so when you're battling Misty, it's like, you're not super effective, but you're not, like, either or. But Charmander's weak against the first 2, or struggles at least with Rocket anyway. So yeah, I like the challenge, so I usually go Charmander now.
chose the water type.
I thought the Pokedex was always electronic fights. It is, but the sprite for it. Let's see if I can actually get it shown up.
Professor Oak.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. The sprite for it is a book. So it is an actual like electronic device. It's just the sprite is a book. Charmander, you say no wonder you're a dragon, given what type they are. Yeah, I'm biased. All the bias.
Gives us our mission to set forth and complete our Pokedex. He invites us to make a choice that for some will be definitive in our lives, selecting our starter Pokemon. I chose Squirtle, and invariably chose the water type in every subsequent game. And even the initial decision has a significant impact on the experience we will have.
I can't say I didn't really ever stick with one type. I will say I've mostly been a grass type picker. Usually because the fire types, I don't know why. But after, I want to say 3, they started making all of their starters. Fairly sure I did not mean styles. Starters into bipedal. Is that the word I'm thinking of? But basically, they made their starters into go on to 2 legs instead of 4. I don't know why they do that. And a lot of the fighters were but the fire starters were fighting type. Which isn't a bad matchup. It makes sense for some of them. But it wasn't very original. Fighting. So I kind of got bored and ended up just choosing others. I will say the one type of start I did not usually go for was the water ones. I loved the Squirtle line. I wasn't too big on the Totodile line. I like Totodile. But then its evolutions were a bit meh. And I think I kind of feel that way about most of the water starters from there on. Violet and Scarlet isn't too bad. Like the Dancing Peacock, that's actually quite different and entertaining. But I never really got on with the other ones.
Throughout the game. And having made it, we set out on an adventure that will never be forgotten. The basic gameplay loop is classic. Use your Pokemon to fight other Pokemon so that they get stronger, so that you can then beat stronger Pokemon still. It was simple, easy to grasp, and deployed in the most incredible way. It had tons of depth. There were 150 Pokemon with different moves, different types.
I like that he added not including Mew at the bottom, because we all knew Mew was in the games. You just had to kind of cheat to get him. I never really got into any Pokemon media for the longest time aside from the anime. That all changed when I got Detective Pikachu when it came out for the 3DS. I only played Violet in the mainline. Oh, that's fair. I do recommend going back to the older ones. Red and Blue have a lot of issues, which they've obviously fixed in subsequent games. Although I can say that freaking word fine now, can't I? Of course I can. Great for dyslexia. Oh god. But yeah, there was a lot of things that didn't always work in the originals. I think some of the type-ins didn't always work. Want to say, I think dragon types had no weaknesses back then. So you can pretty much just have a team of dragons and just like stomp everybody. Because they weren't weak to ice originally. They weren't weak to fairy because there was no fairy types. I think the only other type that might have been stronger was the ghost types because normal moves couldn't hit them. If I recall, I think that's how they worked in the original. It's been a while since I've played the original Mind. I can't remember if Psychic were overpowered as well. I want to say they might have been. But like, if you had any grass types, you were fucked. Fire types, you were still sort of fucked, but not as fucked. But yeah, there was definitely a lot of fixes that they've done to like the other games. What about Miraidon? I found it to be different because of how it combines organic and mechanical, and it's in a vehicle. Yeah, I like Miraidon and Koraidon. Obviously, you get Koraidon, which is the futuristic one, if you play Violet, which is what I've got. And you get Miraidon if you're playing the prehistoric one, or Scarlet. But yeah, I like it, because it was... What's the Pokemon's name now? I'm trying to remember. Slydon? It's Sly something. It's Pokemon with wheels. And then obviously Miraidon and Koraidon were like the future and prehistoric versions of Slide. I will remember the Pokemon name, but it'll probably come after I finish streaming. Your dyslexia has double sense? Yes, it does. I don't know why my brain just does that. Like, some words can come like really easily to me sometimes, and then other times I struggle with them. I was talking about the Violet one, but I thought that was Miraidon, not the other one. Unless I'm getting mixed up, I can't remember now. I thought Koraidon was Violet, but anyway, you know what I mean.
Different personalities. There was so much variety. Each one had their own sprite, their own cry, and could be found at different points throughout the game. And we all had our favorites.
Yes.
And as we set forth across the Kanto region to create our story, we would begin to learn that some types of Pokemon are particularly strong or weak against other types. We start to acquire and deploy items to aid in our battles and our quest.
Hello? Oh, I think I have a dog at my door. I'm gonna ignore the dog.
As we catch more Pokemon,
I thought I heard someone knocking.
learn about them as well, we gradually begin to intuit the
Loki, no, I'm
systems
busy,
that
honey.
work in the game as
Go
we inch
downstairs.
ever closer towards becoming a Pokemon master. We build out our own roster of Pokemon and develop strategies that align with that particular selection of Pokemon. For some, that might have one insanely strong member and a swath of weaker compatriots. Or maybe you have a 90s Chicago Bulls lineup of superstars. The beauty is, it's your choice, and you create the lineup that you want. Throughout this adventure, we pass through all number of towns, battling the local gym leaders, notably Brock and Misty, of course.
Of course. I want to say when Fire Red and Leaf Green came out, they changed Misty's outfit. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say on that. My favourites will forever be Mew, Mewtwo, Team Rocket's Meowth, Togepi, Ash's Pikachu, Piplup, and Miraidon. Yeah, Mew and Mewtwo are definitely my favourites. I love the first movie. I remember going to the cinema to see that. And getting the Mew card. I don't know if I've still got that one. But yeah. Oh, I love Meowth's Team Rocket. I actually have Meowth's Team Rocket from Build-A-Bear. He's over there though. I think my favourites. I got so many. I have so many favourites. All of the lines, especially like I don't use it in battle because it's not very strong. But Umbreon, like I love the shiny version of Umbreon. It's just black and blue. Like it's so simple. Like it's not a huge difference, like from black and yellow, but it's such a nice combo. Like black goes well with anything, but black and blue, I always find it weird when I hear Brock and Misty's names when referring to the games. Yeah, because you think they're like anime exclusive, but they're actually were from the games. I didn't know Build-A-Bear made Pokemon. Yep, they've done all of Gen 1 starters, just the base Pokemon, not like the evolutions. So I've got Squirtle, Charmander, and Bulbasaur somewhere. I think Pichu is riding Bulbasaur at the moment. uh, Pichu, obviously, since I just said Pichu. Pikachu. They've done all of the evolutions, although I am missing Sylveon because I didn't realize they had released Sylveon. And I haven't had the money to buy Sylveon because they're quite expensive. They've released Mew, which I also have Mew. Who else do I have? They've released Dragonite. I have Dragonite. Jigglypuff. I do have Jigglypuff. Vulpix, both the Alolan form and the original. I think they've released Snorlax or Munchlax. I don't have those. Snubble, but I don't think I've got Snubble. I might have. No, I don't think I have Snubble. There's a couple I have, but they're in the other room. But yeah, they've just released loads. Yukiro Pokemon tier list when? Oh, that would be insane because I don't think I don't have a fate. Like, I think the only non-Pokemon I don't like, and I say that I don't like it, but I like it because it is fucking random, is Trubbish line. Because it's just a bag of rubbish. It shouldn't exist. But then we have Muck, which is just a bunch of slime. Yeah, so I don't hate any particular Pokemon, but I also don't like certain ones because they're just really weird. But they're fun because they're weird. I love Pokemon.
Explore all manner of forests and caves. We board and explore the SS Anne, perhaps intentionally blacking out after acquiring Cut. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. We get a bicycle, do battle with Team Rocket, explore their base under the casino in Celadon City, and defeat the big cheese, Giovanni. We then go about helping the Marowak in the Pokemon Tower in Lavender Town, freeing her spirit. We get the Poker Flute so that we can wake Snorlax and get...
Like, look at that sprite for Snorlax. It looks like an owl, actually. It doesn't look like Snorlax. It looks weird. Basically, you feel all Pokemon as your children, pretty much. They're all special.
Get them out of the way. We spend time exploring the Safari Zone, and that in itself was such an amazing part of the game. For some reason, there was just something about it, that indefinable magic, and exploring it was one of the absolute highlights of this adventure. And of course,
I both love and hated the Safari Zone, because you can get, like, Kangaskhan in there. So basically a few, and Dratini as well. So some of the Pokemon you could only find there in certain areas. And you only had so many steps, I think, to get to certain areas. You could do it, but you had to go a certain route. Yeah, I hated it. And then obviously you couldn't battle the Pokemon, and they had a chance of running away as well, which upped the difficulty. It was still fun though. It was just very frustrating. Speaking of Lavender Town, was that one story about the music true? Oh man, there's a few stories about the music. You may have to be a little bit more specific. Because I heard there was a message if you played it backwards, which I don't know if that was true. There was one where the music hypnotized people and they did stuff. That was definitely not true, but still a fun creepypasta. There was a few stories.
In the Safari Zone, we find those beautiful gold teeth and HMO
gold teeth.
And the HM moves themselves are critical because there is backtracking, and as you acquire more abilities,
they are critical, which is why you have a HTM slave. Because unlike in the games now, where you don't really use the HTMs, you still have like cut and stuff, but they're not. They don't act the same way. Back then, you could not like remove or relearn over those moves. So once you taught a Pokemon that move, that was it. You were stuck with that move on that Pokemon. I think, if my memory serves right. So I want to say that's how it worked. Don't quote me, because I might be misremembering there. I didn't know there were multiple stories, yeah. There were so many different stories for different things. I mean, what they say about music have some kind of psychological effect. I don't know. Because there was obviously two different versions of a similar story. One was the creepypasta, where it made people do things. That obviously wasn't true. But I think there was another story where it depressed people, and they YouTube and Twitch are probably not going to like me saying the actual term. And I hate using this term, but keep them happy. Self-deletion. I don't know if that was actually true, but I know there was someone who did self-delete themselves over Pokemon for some reason or other. I can't remember what it was, though. I don't remember if that story was entirely true, or whether it was twisted, or whether it was a creepypasta. But yeah. I mean, I could look into different creepypastas and find out which one's true. I wouldn't mind doing that. God. Ah, man. I wonder if those creepypastas still exist. I suppose that's what the Wayback Machine is for, right?
You can go back and discover more of the game that you weren't able to access in the beginning. There are the 3 legendary Pokemon with Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres to find. There was Mewtwo, and of course...
Articuno was my favourite of the birds. In Gen 1, anyway. Gen 2, Lugia. and Articuno were my favourites.
Mew.
Yay,
was just
Mew.
such an insanely rich and developed world with a magnificent story and lore, with so much to do and so much to explore. Random people would offer you useful information, Pokemon trades, or even items, and it really felt like there was something to discover around every corner. And all paths, of course, lead to Victory Road. We ultimately arrive at the Elite Four, a group of the strongest trainers in all of Kanto. The final test to become a Pokemon Master. And all the way through this journey, we are being treated to one of the grandest presentations on the Game Boy. The bank switching made possible by the aforementioned MBC1 chip meant that Pokemon Red and Blue were an astronomical 1 megabyte in size. This meant
that does not seem like much nowadays, but that was a huge deal then.
Huge world to explore, loads of sprites, loads of characters, loads of dialogue. It meant an extraordinary variety of timeless, classic Game Boy music. From this legendary tune to the heart-racing music that popped in every time you were spotted by a trainer.
I will say the one thing I am glad about with the new Violet and Scarlet games is that you do not have to battle every freaking trainer just because they see you. You have to like physically go up and talk to them, which is fine when you want to do that. But there were times when I really didn't want to battle. And it's just like, oh no, they saw me. Mr. Bear's Cellar and Candle Cove. But don't retell. Yeah. I can't remember what channel. I was watching a channel a long time ago with different creepypastas. I don't know if I'm still following them or if they like deleted their channel or whatever. It was really entertaining. Like, I love creepypastas.
And our heart rate was increased even more by this tune that played every time we entered a battle. And for those that were there, these pieces of music will be with us forever. Now, a fundamental aspect of the Pokemon game design was their presence on Game Boy and not a different platform. This quest was designed to be undertaken on the go, and it's another aspect of its profound emotional power. One of my absolute best childhood memories is being at the River Dart Holiday Park in Devon, in the UK, in our beaten up old vault.
Oh, Devon. I miss going to Devon. Devon and Cornwall. We used to go there all the time growing up. It's a little home away from home, because in Devon and Cornwall, they don't speak Wales or anything, but it was kind of one of those little last places where a bit of Wales was able to stay when the English decided to do what the English love to do. So it is part of England, but it still has very strong Welsh roots. Yeah, so I love it. I do remember going to the beach there once, and we had to get out of the water because there was like a shark. I can't remember what type of shark it was. It was a big shark, though. I don't know if it was a great white, but it was definitely a big one. And we were all like, "Oh," because you don't really think of like big sharks and that in like the sea by the UK, but we do. We get quite a lot. What's so special about Devon and Cornwall? Kind of already explained that. Yeah, it's just a lovely place. It's beautiful as well. Like the beach, the one I remember going to is just so sandy and the water's really clear, which we don't really get that where I am. The water where I am is rather murky because of all the type of sand and the dirt So we don't get the crystal clear waters down here. We do get it further west and north, where there's less of the type of my brain's gone. The type of sort of like grounds underneath, getting swooshed up by all the tide. So yeah, it's just a beautiful place. It almost seems always sunny there. It's no different than the rest of the UK, but it always felt like it was just like a little place abroad, even though it feels like right home.
Volkswagen Transporter, as the rain was pouring down outside. I was sat in the top part with my mate Jacob, and we were playing Pokemon on our Game Boys as my mother was cooking us beans and sausages down below. Honestly, it doesn't get any better than that.
Why just beans and sausages? What about like mash or something? Oh well.
And as we were up there, in the warm and protected from the rain, and after much pleading, Jacob shared with me a secret knowledge. A power so great that it would fundamentally change how we experience the game. How to trigger missing number. And how to attain infinite candies. It's another aspect of this experience that simply will not ever be repeated. While the internet...
Yeah, they fixed that sort of glitch in the subsequent games. When I last played it, I didn't even have to trigger a missing no in order to get him, or it, I should say, to show up. I guess I must have used that a lot as a kid. But yeah, sometimes you could get really strong Kangaskhans. They'd be like over level 100. The moment you leveled them, though, they'd like revert back to like highest they should legally be able to go. But yeah, there was a load of hacks for that. However, if you used it too much, it could crash your game like completely. So use it with caution.
Internet, of course, existed at the time, and we...
I wonder if they ever made a Pokemon Tamagotchi. Pressing the button again, sorry. Yes and no. So they released a pedometer with Pikachu. It was like a Tamagotchi, but it also wasn't. Like, you could play games with it, and it would do different things, like, depending on how fast you walked, or shook the little pedometer, Pikachu would run. It would also sleep and do different things. It was very cute. Yes, I had that. So it wasn't a Tamagotchi one. I think they did have an official Tamagotchi Pokemon version one, though. Because they had... Because they released it? Yay, grammar. They released a lot of different ones. Like, they've got a Jurassic Park Tamagotchi. And a Godzilla one, so yeah. I do not have the Jurassic Park or the Godzilla Tamagotchis. But yeah, they've released a lot of official ones, so I'm fairly sure they did a Pokemon one. I don't know if the pedometer was a Tamagotchi. I don't think it was. I think that was his own thing. But I'm fairly sure they did do a Tamagotchi one.
We had sites like Game Winners and Game FAQs. It wasn't like today where it's almost impossible for any mystery to exist about any game. Back in the day, missing number, or missingno as I called it, was sacred knowledge. And when Jacob agreed to share it with me, it felt as such. Now, if you combine all of these disparate elements that we've just gone through into a singular experience, you end up with a powerful emotional connection that is rekindled every time one thinks back to or revisits these incredible games. And that is their greatness. But little did I know, this was just the beginning. Nintendo and the Pokemon Company have a long history of releasing different versions of what is...
What is missing now? or missing number. It was a glitch. Basically, it was a bunch of pixels. Sometimes it would come up as other Pokemon, namely Kangaskhan, but you could also get the Pewter City fossils show up. Basically, you could use it to farm rare candies and get like level 100 Pokemon. They would be a little bit higher than level 100, but as soon as you leveled them, they would revert back to level 100. But it was pretty much a glitch. Originally you had to trigger it by... Oh god. In order to trigger it, you had to do a certain few steps. One of them was talking to one of the guys at the start. You had to ignore him originally, and then as soon as you got Fly, you could then talk to him and then fly back to Cinnabar Island, I want to say. I can't remember the exact process. There was a certain process to it, and that's how you triggered the glitch, and then you surfed next to the shoreline, and it would trigger. But yeah, it was a glitch. It's not an actual Pokemon, although fans of the original really wished Nintendo would make it original Pokemon. It'll never happen, but they can dream. But yeah, it was a glitch. It was a hacksy glitch.
It's fundamentally the same game. And following Red and Blue, they gave us Pokemon Yellow.
Yes.
Released with Game Boy Color support, and to more closely resemble the story and look of the now insanely popular manga, it was a phenomenal...
Again, he means anime. But yeah, I had Pokemon Yellow as well.
Experience. One of the biggest differences I remember is, of course, starting with Pikachu as your first Pokemon, with that incredible PSG sample, and eventually accumulating all the original starter Pokemon, as Ash does in the cartoon. It was a rich, vibrant adventure, and it was a pleasure to make my way through Kanto.
Yeah, it was nice that they managed to update like all the sprites and that, to make them a little bit more anime accurate. Pokemon Blue is perfectly balanced game with no glitches or exploits. Yeah. Anyone who says that either did not know about Missing No, which I X'd out on that one, or they're just filled with nostalgia. Like, the games they weren't too buggy. Like, you had to literally get that bug to trigger. But there was definitely faults with it. Like, it's still one of my favourite gens, but it was not perfect.
Yellow was the first game in which I really did catch them all, excluding Mew. And I proudly had 150 out of 150 Pokemon in my Pokedex. Achieving this was not as simple as playing the game for hundreds and hundreds of hours, as the different versions of the game, i.e. Red, Blue, Yellow, had Pokemon that were unique to that version. And this was possible due to another...
Yeah, they still do that. Not to as a wide extent as they used to, but they do still do that.
Legendary feature of the Game Boy, the link cable, which facilitated...
Oh man, yeah. Me and my sister used to link up all the time to trade Pokemon. And to battle, because you can still battle trading them. It wasn't as easy as it is today, because obviously you have wireless, and you can trade with and battle people anywhere in the world. Whereas this, you had to obviously know the person and be right next to them.
Trading Pokemon with your friends, and of course, doing battle with them. This feature was such a joy back in the day, because of these incredible experiences that it made possible. The Game Boy. I mean, just what a system. And this amazing feature, magnificently integrated...
Oh, what's that big black one?
...into the outstanding game design...
I don't think we had that.
Completing your Pokemon quest was something that you had to do in real life. Once again, demonstrating that these...
I take it the link cable was one of the first multiplayer systems in gaming? I think so. Because I don't remember anything out that time that did that other than the Game Boy. So I want to say yes, but don't quote me.
Game Boy games. I could not fathom how it could possibly get better. But then one day... And now Seeing this commercial for Pokemon Gold blew my mind.
Yeah, I think we had this commercial.
I'm not a completionist, but I had truly wrung that Gen 1 sponge completely dry. And I could not fathom the sheer magnitude of what lay before me when I began the once-in-a-generation experience that was Pokemon Gold.
For me, it was silver. Although I did get gold later, because at that point my sister wasn't really into Pokemon, so I had to get both versions in order to complete Pokedex. But yeah, I started with silver. Hence why Lugia is my favorite bird Pokemon from Gen 2.
What is there to say about this game that hasn't...
Was Gold after the anime came out? Oh man. I want to say Gold came out before the anime. However, we did get Pokemon from Gold. Oh, actually, yeah. So we got Pokemon like Togepi, and from the first movie, we got things like... is it... who was it? It was the Elephant Rock Pokemon. Can't remember its name now. And there were a few others in the shorts. I think Blossom was one. Maybe Snubble. I can't quite remember all of them, but we got a few hints that we were going to be getting more Pokemon. So we did get a few of the Pokemon show before the games came out, but the games came out, I think, before the actual TV series did. The Pokemon anime began in 1989. Yep. I am showing my age.
Already been said. It's a masterpiece. A true sequel. And with the MBC3 chip on board, Pokemon Gold was a universe-shattering 2 megabytes in size.
Again, that does not seem like much these days, but back then that was an even bigger deal than before.
Every single aspect of it is that much better than the games that came before. With more to do, more to see, more Pokemon to catch. And wow, what an adventure Pokemon Gold would turn out to be. And after having, once again, defeated the Elite Four and completed the Pokemon League, we sat back dazed by the journey that had just come to an end. Our Gen 2 Pokemon quest complete. Or was it?
Or was it? Yeah, I don't think any other Pokemon game has done what Gold and Silver did back then. And you're about to find out what that is in a minute. But yeah, I think Gen 2 is my second favorite gen. The only reason it's not my first favorite gen is bias. It doesn't have as many dragon types that I love in it. It still has quite a few dragon types that I love, but it didn't have Charmander, unless of course you traded. I think it did have Dratini though, which I do love the Dratini line, so... But I think you had to go to I want to say there was a specific place you had to go to get that one as well. So like kind of like Safari Zone. I don't remember if there was a Safari Zone in Gold and Silver, but you did have to get to that special place to get a Dratini. I think it might have been a cave. Fun fact about Pokemon, there's actually a live show set in the world of anime back when Indigo League was first popular. I vaguely remember hearing about that, but I don't think we ever got to see any of that. I am glad, however, they managed to do it with Pokemon Detective Pikachu.
As I intimated earlier on, we were still in the pre-Twitter, pre-YouTube era of the internet. And thus, when it came to games, there were many secrets and much mystery remained. And so it was, having completed this most extraordinary adventure, I returned home to New Bark Town. As I was walking around, I noticed some water that I would not have been able to traverse at the beginning of the game, but now, all-powerful, I eagerly surfed across it to see what was on the other side. And I discovered a seemingly unremarkable cave, and little did I know that this cave possessed a secret that would lead me to having one of the most emotionally powerful gaming moments of my entire.
It wasn't in the style of Detective Pikachu, it was a stage production, which was apparently a musical. Oh, that's pretty cool. Again, I don't think we had any of that here. So it might be, was it like an American thing or a Japanese thing? But yeah, we definitely didn't have that here.
Life. Making my way through the cave, nothing, absolutely nothing, would prepare me for what I was about to discover. I found the exit. I stepped through. I was speechless. To my sheer amazement and incredulity, I had arrived back in Kanto.
Yeah. So none of the other games have ever gone back to different regions in the same game. They've all been stuck to the same region. Although technically, I suppose Scarlet and Violet sort of did when they had the DLC for the first DLC. Because that's technically in one of the other previous regions. However, it is an offshoot area where you can't explore the rest of the area, like the rest of the region. So it is technically from another region, but you don't get to explore the whole region as you do in Gold and Silver. Like in Gold and Silver, you could literally battle the gym leaders there. Whereas in obviously Violet and Scarlet, you're just stuck in that one area. It may have been Japanese too, but in a video I saw explaining it was an American production. Oh, okay. Because yeah, so don't Nintendo have an American branch and then they have the Japanese branch? So that doesn't surprise me actually. I don't know if they still have the separate branches. I think they do. It's been a while since I've looked into like my brain's gone. The things of it all.
I was overwhelmed. Was this really happening? How was this
Yes.
possible? I had just completed one of the most astonishing adventures that I would ever have in gaming. And the entirety of the previous game was here the whole time, waiting for me to come back and discover. And once I had come to terms with what the developers had achieved, I set off once again through Kanto, and I had.
Yeah, experiencing this back in the day was just amazing. I'm kind of sad that they didn't continue this trend of going back to different regions. Nintendo does have separate branches. It also has a UK branch. I can't say I've ever noticed anything to do with the UK, but that doesn't surprise me that we have our own branch here somewhere.
An extraordinary time. And I must take a moment to praise the work of the late Satoru Iwata. We all know him as the former CEO of Nintendo. But whilst he was working at HAL Laboratory, he developed the compression technology that made it possible to fit both Pokemon regions of Kanto and Johto into the Gold and Silver cartridges. Had he not done so, we would not have been able to experience this definitive moment. So I just wanted to say, arigato, Iwata-san. And after having traversed...
Yeah. That's might be why we never got any more, because I don't know when he was gone from the company. But I'm guessing they just didn't think to do any more like different regions in the same game once that happened.
Kanto, having defeated all 8 gym leaders once again, And believing the game to finally be complete, Pokemon Gold had one more moment in store for us. Upon returning to Professor Oak, he grants us access to Mount Silver. But upon reaching its summit, nothing could prepare us for who was waiting there, standing perfectly still and saying...
I do remember how they just used the same sprite. Is the only difference between the two sprites was Gold and Silver had a little backpack. So basically you're fighting a twin.
Nothing was red. The character...
Oh, and your cap is backwards. That's the only other difference. Your cap is backwards.
You play as in the first generation of Pokemon games is the final boss in this one. To call this encounter epic is to undersell it. It was the perfect culmination of the ultimate adventure. The battle was extraordinarily difficult, and to succeed, you really did have to be a master. But once completed, Pokemon Gold does what it always set out to. Not only does it tell you that you're a Pokemon master, it has successfully made us feel that we were a Pokemon master.
Hello, Knight, welcome. Yeah. I don't think anything else other than Pokemon Silver made us feel so satisfied, having been able to beat not only our own region's Elite Four, but Kanto's Elite Four and our previous protagonist, Red or Blue, depending on which version you had. Before just now, I didn't know that Pokemon games were connected so closely. Yeah, because obviously once, I want to say after Gold and Silver, they never really visited any of the previous regions, so it did feel like they were just still within the same universe, but they didn't feel so connected. It just felt like you were on little islands or something. I don't know, but yeah, they never feel this way again. I don't think. I still love all the games, but this was definitely a special moment for us.
For me, Pokemon Gold and Silver were the absolute pinnacle of the Pokemon games. Afterwards, I did play Pokemon Ruby on Game Boy Advance. Though it never quite clicked like Gold did, it was another...
Yeah, I think I had the same problem. I think I had Emerald though. I think. Or was this the gen I missed? I think this might have actually been the gen I missed. Because I think I came back with Pearl and Diamond, actually. I think this was the gen I missed. I did go back and replay them, though. But yeah, it didn't feel quite the same. How is it? I'm guessing you're asking how I am. I'm doing fine, thank you. That's what I like about Gold and Silver. It felt so connected. Yeah, I agree. Isn't Mystery Dungeon good at connecting its games? I've only played one of the Mystery Dungeons, but yeah, I think they took the storylines and made them canon within that universe, from what I know of the games. Though I love Ruby and Sapphire, the art style's just so nostalgic to me. Yeah, I think this was the gen I missed originally. Because I think there was a period where I had gone off of Pokemon for that gen, but then I ended up finding my way back into the fandom. I don't know how or why. It just kind of happened.
A fantastic game on another legendary Nintendo handheld, but
Oh yeah, that's why. Because I didn't have a Nintendo Advance, I've got the DS Lite. So I had to go back and buy the games. That's why I missed out on this gen. I remember now.
After that. And for this slightly aged gamer, it is Pokemon Gold that will likely remain atop the mantle as the Pokegoat and one of the greatest video games I have ever played. This video was a story about games and the systems we play them on. It was about memories, about experiences, and the impact they have on us even decades after having had them. These games, these tiny bundles of code and silicon, and the technology that enables us to experience them, they become part of our story, who we are. And it's a testament to the creativity, passion, and the hard work of the developers who unknowingly give us one of the greatest gifts we could possibly imagine. Well, thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this look back at the Game Boy and Pokemon. Of course, I would love it if you could share your Pokemon game memories down in the comments, and I'll be delighted to read and respond to them.
We are going to like the video.
Consider liking it, as it does help the channel a lot. And if you would like to see more videos on cool, awesome stuff, including video games, movies, pizza, please consider subscribing to the channel.
Pizza?
We're just getting started, baby. So once again, thank you very much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I will see you next time. Bye.
Why pizza? Okay, so there was the video. I don't know who the Cave is. First time I was recommended to him, like, I want to say last night, might be the night before. Yeah, that was a good video. Do check out the video and leave a like. I'm not sure what his other videos are like. Maybe we'll have a browse. Yeah. Now let's put that hidden for now. So there we are. Oh, let me get chat back up because I've accidentally. There it is. By the way, when you're done with the stream, I linked a performance of that Pokemon live show in the Discord. I will definitely check it out. I don't know if it's copyrighted, so I probably won't put it on stream just in case. Don't want to get the video taken down. But I'll definitely watch it. James is objectively the best Pokemon human character change. I am not changing your mind because I agree. Why would I? James is exactly. He is just too good. Like, he's way too wholesome for Team Rocket. Like, he is such a nice guy. Like, he cares for his Pokemon. I mean, Jessie too, to an extent. She's a little bit more selfish. But she also cares very deeply for her Pokemon. Like, I want to say, Sun and Moon. Was it Sun and Moon? I believe it was Sun and Moon. Rather than give their Pokemon to Giovanni, they pretty much like released them because they loved their Pokemon so much, and they didn't want to see them like be controlled by Giovanni. I guess I'm sure there was a different, like, a proper reason for it, but yeah, they're good characters. Like, yeah, they're antagonists, and sometimes they can be a little bit frustrating with how they churn up every single episode. But I wouldn't have it any other way. The new anime I haven't watched much of. I think I saw one episode because it was on TV the other night. It wasn't bad, but I do miss my Team Rocket. I love pizza. I personally cannot eat pizzas. I don't know whether it is the cheese. I used to think it was the cheese, like melted cheese does not agree with my stomach. But I've had pizza without the cheese and it still gives me a bad stomach, so I have no idea. So I can't eat pizzas. I have a weird metabolism, I guess, or whatever you want to call it. Also, James literally made a peaceful trade with Ash's team once without battling, and he looks flawless in women. He does. Like, changed my mind, but James makes her a very good woman. Like, he is a really good cross-dresser. Like, people complain about drag queens. Not all are suitable for children, don't get me wrong. So there are definitely a lot of adult ones. But there is a lot of cross-dressing in kids stuff. Like, it's actually surprising how much there is. Like, you've got James and Jesse. They cross-dress all the time. You've got Mrs. Doubtfire. The main guy becomes a woman for the sake of seeing his children. Like, it's just... And then you've got the... I don't know if America does it. But here, they're probably called stage plays where you guys are from. But here they're called pantomimes. Not to be confused with the little stalls with the puppets. Or is it pantom? It's pantom anyway. I can't remember if the pantomime is or it's just pantomime on its own. But anyway, pantoms. Basically, whenever you have a play like Peter Pan or Cinderella, they're the most popular ones. Or even Puss in Boots, but Puss in Boots a little bit less noticeable, but Peter Pan and Cinderella are definitely the most popular and most noticeable. Peter Pan is always played by a woman, and the ugly stepsisters and the mother are always played by men. So yeah, it's just in everything. So I never got the reason why people were up in arms about certain things. It's just like, but it's already... And then you got Bugs Bunny. This shit has been in cartoons since forever. It's not that big a deal. Stop getting so triggered by things. Yeah. Yeah, I was expecting that. You can't eat pizza. Yeah, apparently my stomach does not like pizza. I don't know why. Same with bacon, although I do know why with bacon, because of all the grease. I don't like too much grease. It makes me ill. That might be the problem with pizza, actually. Although you can get ungreasy pizza, so again, I don't know. I think that what makes James stand out as a drag icon is that the writers never intended to push any weirdness onto the audience, and it's meant to be a joke, merely showing James express himself. Yeah, it was mostly a joke. Although I'm sure the same was for you because I'm fairly sure we got the American censorship stuff. But one episode which was censored, but there was a dub of it. It just, I don't think it aired, or if it aired once, where James has inflatable booba. I remember not seeing that on telly, but I do remember looking it up and watching it. It was interesting. I'm in South Africa, and I don't know what they are called, but it probably is the UK thing. I mean, maybe. Peter Pan is played by a woman. Wild, yeah. Like they usually have like really short hair as well, or if they do have long hair, it's usually under a wig or tied up and hidden under the hat. Yeah, people cross dress all the time in those shows, and they are primarily for kids. Like you've got the whole "oh no, it isn't," "oh yes, it is," and "it's behind you," that sort of thing. But yeah, it's always in those things. Maybe it's because I grew up with all that lot, and I just don't see the issue with it. Like, obviously, if you're doing the adult stuff, then no, don't include any children ever. Children should not be in any of the adult stuff ever. What I think about people are worried about drag is that many try to interact with age demographics they shouldn't interact with. Yeah, I don't agree when they do that. Like, keep it age appropriate. If it isn't age appropriate, don't do it. Those inflated boobas, man, wild, yeah. Again, I don't think, like, it definitely didn't air here. Because otherwise I would have remembered that. I don't know about America, because again, it was dubbed. So they had the dub ready to go. I just don't know whether or not they aired it. Another episode which was banned, was the Porygon one, but that was more, because of the trigger effect, like some of the lights had for epilepsy, instead of like being controversial with the big numbers. Although I'll never understand American censorship things. Sometimes it's wild. Like the One Piece bit. I'm not a huge fan of One Piece, mostly because I haven't watched it. But I do know that I think it's Four Kids, because I looked this stuff up like ages ago. But in Four Kids, they have Sanji with a lollipop instead of a cigarette. I don't know why. I do know why, but it's just wild. Like over here, we don't include that much anymore. But back when that episode, or anime was out, we didn't censorship that stuff because it was just like normalized back then. And it's like I don't understand it sometimes. Like I understand some censorship, but some others are just like, what's the problem? Weirdly, as a kid, I never remembered many episodes, if any at all, where James even acted as the LGBTQ rep in the show. There was a lot. There was some where he didn't. I would say it depends where in the anime you started. Like the original first one in Kanto, there was a lot more of it. In the later seasons, he didn't do it half as much. Same with Jessie. She didn't cross-dress half as much either. She wears a lot more feminine stuff in the newer series. Well, I say newer series, obviously they're not in the newest one, but in all the later ones. Whereas in the original, they both cross-dressed all the time. Like almost every episode they were in. If they weren't cross-dressing, they were being so flamboyant. So it's definitely more noticeable in the older ones. One Piece character design. Yeah. One Piece was very special. I think four kids made Sanji not smoke a cigar because they were worried kids may find it cool and want to smoke themselves. I mean, yeah, I get the logic, but kids are going to do that anyway. Like, not saying it's right, they definitely shouldn't. But even without stuff in shows, kids are going to do that because their peers are doing it and peer pressure. Um, but that's the thing with anime. Like, it isn't meant for really young kids anyway. Um, they can censor it and make it acceptable for kids. For kids. um, but anime was meant, at least for our audience, would be for the older kids rather than the younger ones. But I realize in Japan it's very different. Like anime is seen as the younger kid stuff, apart from certain ones. But it's all different. Different cultures, different things. I remember the one anime I used to watch, and I've actually been rewatching lately, that was censored to high hells, was Cardcaptor Sakura, also known as Cardcaptors for us lot. Man, that was censored to high hells. There was episodes missing. There was a lot of cut content from episodes. Relationships were changed. Names were changed, although I don't remember the English dub names for half of them. There's a lot more change. I can't remember everything, but there was a lot changed. Only one of them I agree with, and that's the student-teacher. I don't think they were in an official relationship, but there was definitely hints in the original of that kid being into the teacher and the teacher kind of being into the kid, and that's ooh, yikes. That was obviously changed as well. That's probably the only change I would have agreed with, because that's a yikes from me. But Clamps is very known for that kind of stuff. They're also known for a lot of LGBT stuff as background characters. I think they've only done a main series with gay characters, although it was never really a gay manga. I want to say it was Drug Drop, or Drag and Drop. I think they released it with a slightly changed name. I don't think they ever did more than like one manga though, or one or two mangas. Man, my old clamp will always like somewhere back in my mind. As the show went on, it felt like the Pokemon show, but, but Sundown. Yeah, like I don't think they censor anime half as much now than they used to, which I find better. Like, if there's going to be something problematic in something, I'd rather just not watch that something. Um, I guess it depends. I don't know. I'm not really for censorship in a lot of cases. Like, I don't think it's necessary. It just depends, I think. Can you imagine if they um, released something like Berserk and tried to censor that for kids? Oh, man. I think they were smart in not trying to censor that for kids, because otherwise you'd just have no anime. I'm actually recently getting into One Piece and I'm enjoying it a lot, but man, is it long. Yeah, that's kind of what puts me off watching it. I hear dog outside my room. Um, because my friend has the manga and anime, I want to say, and they've been watching and reading it, and I just take one look at it, and I'm just like, yeah, no. I learnt my lesson with Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. Man, those were long. The manga wasn't too bad actually, but the TV, the anime, I really want to watch it again, but then I remember how much filler is in it and how many episodes it takes for Goku to level up with Frieza. There are some anime that are meant for young kids. Look up Superbook, Flying House, for instance. Yeah, some anime are definitely a lot more kid friendly than others. Um, some can be tweaked to be more kid friendly, but at that point, you may as well just not make it too kid friendly and just keep it as is and have an age limit on it. I mean, that's what age limits are for. There's for people to know what an age limit is. Uh, Although people never listen to those. Man. Makes me angry because we used to sell games in the store I work at. We don't now, because we never used to get really popular stuff in anyway. It was only a small selection. But the selection we did have, whenever there was an age rating on a game, because some people, yeah, I hear you, doggo. You're not coming in, honey. I'm busy. Some people don't really care about age ratings and they just think, oh, it's a computer game, it's an anime, it's for kids. They don't care. And obviously, as a shop with laws and fines and all the bad things, yeah, we kind of got fed up and we were just like, you know what? We don't really sell that many games anyway. Oh, he's clawing at my door. I don't want to let you in because you're going to get in the way. God bless. Okay, I'm gonna let my dog in. But yeah, it was just too much effort in the end, so we just kind of stopped. We weren't really making too many sales, and it just wasn't worth it. Right, let me go and let my dog in. He's being pitiful. Come on, man. Come on, can you come? Can you come? Can you come? Yeah. You gonna say hello to stream? You gonna say hello? Come on, come on. Come and sit over here so I can at least get to. Can you put your tail in my way? Okay, there we go. Because we have a model here. We need to. There we go. See, now we can face track. Yeah. And we can still see chat. And I can pet you. We're both friends. Let me see the dog. Yeah, with me. You're gonna give me kisses? I don't really want kisses. Thank you. Thank you. Another world anime change in the US anyway was Ghost Stories. Maybe you can react on stream. Oh, I could. I think I've heard of that. Please don't knock my mic. Thank you. Yeah, I think I've heard of it. I never watched Ghost Stories, but I have heard of it. Didn't they make it so completely random that it was actually entertaining? Whereas the original just wasn't all that interesting, or something like that? Or am I thinking of another anime? I think Japan thinks a bit better of their kids, or worse, don't know which. Well, the thing with Japan is they're a lot more, I'm going to say mature over there. I don't always agree, but it's not my country, it's not my culture. And we can agree and disagree. Like, I definitely think certain things are age appropriate, some things aren't. You know? Hi. Hi. Hi, handsome. Nice head scratches. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, am I not petting with both hands? I'm sorry. I think the reason they don't censor anime as much is because the West has started accepting that not all anime are family and kid friendly. Because even in the 1960s, we got anime like Speed Racer. Yeah, exactly. I think that's why we're getting anime more to the original. Although censorship does still happen. Um, the one thing I hate though is regional changes, like I brought up earlier. I think I brought up earlier, or it might just have been in my head. Is the whole jelly donuts instead of rice balls. That thing that I can't stand. Like, if you're gonna buy the rights to an anime and you're going to like dub it, at least try and keep like is it as close to like anime culture as possible. Don't go changing things that don't need changing. Like I can kind of get behind certain relationships not being as accepted in certain places and those getting either changed or censored. I don't always agree with it. Sometimes I do, but I get it. You've got an itch, yeah. Um, but the regional things I don't get. Like, they're not hurting anyone to call a rice ball a fucking rice ball. Um, I just beating up my dog. Not shooting, just play fighting. Um, but yeah. But 4 Kids Berserk would be really interesting. Can you imagine? Because Berserk has a lot of stuff in that. Especially the manga. Manga's a lot worse because it has rape and stuff. Uh, wait, can I even say that on stream? Oh, we'll soon find out, I guess, when my video gets taken down. Um, but yeah, it's very problematic. And then obviously the blood and the demonic stuff and all that good stuff. May I help you? I really don't yet want your tongue in my face, thank you. I know. Terrible. I know. My dog is offended that I wouldn't let him lick my mouth. I haven't even eaten anything, so you just want attention, don't you? Mwah! Yeah, mwah. Uh, I really don't want your lickies. I don't want your lickies. I'm trying to talk. Where was it? Sucks that physical game sales don't really exist anymore. Yeah, I miss having physical discs. You still get some, like some people, some. Yeah, that's my mic. Apparently he wanted to say hello by snipping into the mic. I don't know if you guys hear that. So, yeah, so some studios still release like disc versions. Like I think Baldur's Gate was released eventually on disc for the PlayStation. I got the digital version, but my friend got the disc version. I promise you that the One Piece music is worth it. So, especially songs like Bink's Crew, called Bink's. Is that Sake or Sake? In Japan, though I think the dub of it is better. So here's the question, Jack. Do you prefer dub or sub? Controversial opinions. Yeah, controversial opinions. I know, Paw. For me personally, I prefer sub usually. There are some animes which I cannot watch sub though because I am so used to the dub. Pokemon being one, I don't think I could watch that sub because I am so used to the dub. And Dragon Ball Z as well. I am more used to the dub. Do you have to sit right in the way? Is it because you're jealous? You're jealous of the computer. Or jealous of chat. Yeah? Paw. Yeah, so there are a few animes I prefer dubbed, but the majority I do prefer subbed. Yeah. Hello to Yukiro's fur baby. I don't know your name, but I hope you're behaving for your mother's sake. He never behaves. His name is Loki. That should tell you all you need to know. Yeah? Loki, so you have to have all the attention. Yeah? You're on that now. There. Is that a better place? Uh, he is a boy, as far as I know. I can't speak dog, so I can't be sure. So there's Loki, which is the one that always comes up to say hello, and there's Rufus. He has come up to say hello once or twice, but for the most part, it's usually Loki. I never know Rufus is outside because he doesn't scratch at my door and he doesn't jump at it, whereas Loki does. So I always know when Loki's outside, don't I, babe? Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to head up. I have to eat food. Yeah, the laptop's in the way. Yeah? What do you want? I don't know what you want. Stop being silly. Go by there then. There we go. Lay down. Lay down. Good boy. Um. Anyway, I'm gonna head up and yeah, I read that bit, and then Veilguard play. Enjoy. I do need to play more of that. I think I might not stream it anymore. Because it's hard to keep up with chat. Going? Yeah, go on then. You'll probably hear my door banging out where he opens the door. I don't know if you heard that. Um, I don't know what he wanted. He was probably letting me know that everybody's gone. And so he's all alone. How shameful. Either that or someone's gone to the toilet and he thinks he's on his own, so he's come up to tell me. The only other thing he comes up for is to let me know there's food because he hopes he'll get some. um, yeah, so I might not stream it because it is difficult to keep up with chat and try and like play at the same time. So it's not an easy game to stream, but I do want to play more of it. What I might do is do what I was trying to do with Origins and just make videos of it instead. And then I can concentrate on just playing rather than worrying about chat. But anyway, have a good day, is what I was leading up to. Fun fact, 4Kids may have been strict in anime censorship, but look at Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2003, especially the episodes that focus on Baxter Stockman. Oh man, yeah. I don't remember which Turtles I watched growing up. It was one of the 80s ones, though. It was kind of like a fever dream. Because you had Splinter, you had Rocksteady and Beatwop. I think they had Rhinoceros, and I can't remember what the other one looked like. And then you had a brain in a. There was like a body, and there was a face, and then there was a brain. It was a fever dream. Not to mention the movie that came out around. I want to say round about then, but it might be a bit later. It might be in the 90s. Yeah. Quickly just saying you can say R on YouTube, Twitch, I'm not so sure. Yeah, we'll soon find out when they kill me. And by kill me, I mean the channel. It's actually pronounced two ways. In Japan, it's pronounced as the drink, but in America, there's a version with a pronunciation that rhymes with take. But for the brew version. Well, see, that's why I asked, because obviously, we would pronounce it as sake, because that's sake, for God's sake. But sake is like drink, and since it's an anime, I would have thought it'd be the drink. But you can never be too sure. Or maybe you can just do what you did before. I just do impression videos explaining what you think after a certain section has been completed. I mean, I could. I did bring out a video where I gave my thoughts on things so far. I definitely need to play more though, because my opinions might change after certain areas. I just need to get around and playing it. The brain in the body was correct. That's right. Oh man, it's been a while since I've been in the Turtles fandom, I guess. Yeah, the first Ninja Turtles movie was in 1990, but they also had a stage musical called "Coming Out of Our Shells." Oh man, so much had musicals. What is it with musicals? Everything has a musical. Yeah, I think back then I liked the Turtles back then. Um, it wasn't a series or thing that I kept going. I definitely really liked the original. Well, I say the original, the old one. But I was more of a Ghostbusters fan back then. Again, I don't know it. I want to say they've released new stuff because they released a new movie with all women. I did not watch that. Had no interest in that. Um, I don't care that they used the women, like women. It was just it didn't look good. Maybe I was wrong. I don't know. But it didn't look good. And there was one of the women I don't find funny. So she put me off watching it. I can't remember which one it was. Ah, but whatever. Anyway, I wasn't interested, so I didn't watch the remake with all the women. But I do love all the originals, including the cartoon. Fun fact: I used to have the Ghostbusters headquarters as a toy. It wasn't the whole thing, but it was the quarters. with the fire pole. At least like the one area, like the top floor and the bottom floor. I think it had floor. Can't remember. It was long ago. And the top, it had an area where you could put slime. It was supposed to be like Slimer's slime, and it would drip down to the lower like each level, and it was so fun. I also had the car and several of the guides. I had Slimer definitely because I think that came with the headquarters. Um, I don't think all of the characters did. Like I think you had to buy the characters either separately or with other things. But I did have some of the characters. But I just remember the slime because that was just like peak toy stuff. Yeah. A lot of popular children property had stage musicals. Thomas the Tank Engine. Thomas had some. I did not know that. That's pretty cool to be honest. I wonder if they had one for Postman Pat then. Although that was more of a Welsh show. Although they did obviously had English translation. Um yeah, that was originally a Welsh show. I don't know if you guys had that over in America though. Was the woman you mean Melissa the cat? That's the woman. Yeah, her. I don't find her funny, so whenever she's in something, I'm very hesitant to watch it. Like I'm sure she's fine in some things, but everything I've seen her in, I've not found her funny. If people do, that's fine, that's cool. I just personally don't like her, as in her acting and her comedy, not her personally, because I don't know her personally. Based on Oshi quoted Yukiro for being into Ghostbusters fan, the first VTuber I've seen who is one. Really? I'm actually surprised. Like, Ghostbusters was like peak entertainment. No stage musicals that I found for Postman Pat or Fireman Sam. I think Fireman Sam was also Welsh. I want to say. I know Postman Pat definitely was, but can't quite remember on Fireman Sam. I'm pretty sure he was. Bob the Builder had one. Yeah, actually, I do remember Bob the Builder having one. And I remember the Bob the Builder song was so freaking popular. Like, I couldn't go anywhere that had, kids' music that did not play that freaking song. I hated it by the end of it. I was glad when that was over. Yeah, man. I didn't hate Bob the Builder as a show, but I hated that song afterwards. Like, it was okay the first few times on the TV, as part of the TV show, but as soon as it became a thing on the radio and everywhere, it's just like, ugh. Oh, Noddy, you are making me remember my childhood. Noddy, oh man. Didn't they? I want to say they did a new version of a Noddy, and by new, this was probably like many, many years ago. Um, because the Noddy I remember had a very different art style to what I'd seen, whenever it was I saw a new episode of it. Oh man, that's going way back though. What else was there back then? We had the Newmans. I only vaguely remember that, but there's the Newmans. I think the merchandise you can still get of that. I want to say they were remaking it or doing something with it. I promise you, Bob the Builder music is less annoying than you think outside of the theme song. See, we never got anything but the theme song when they played it in different things. So like whenever you go to things like hauntings or butlins. They're kind of like little holiday places in the UK. I don't know if you guys have something similar over there. But they would be like a kids' entertainment area where they would put on little shows for the kids. A lot of it would be like music, like dancing for music. Some of it would be just like basic entertainment where they would do like a little pantomimes. They'd have their own little mascots, things like that. But when it was music time for the kids, they'd play all the classics like Hey Macarena. Trying to think of all the different ones I used to listen to back then. Can, all the different. Was it Can? Anyway, all different things. But Bob the Builder was one of the ones that they would play over and over and over, and it's just like, please, no more. My ears can't take it anymore. Moomin actually had a few mobile and video games. Yeah, I do remember that. I don't think I ever played them, but I do remember that. The only thing I can remember is I'm gonna call them hippo characters. I don't think they were hippos, but they look like hippos. Moomins themselves, though, because you had the human characters and then you had the white hippo-like characters. They were cute. Hippos are not cute if you know anything about hippos. Yeah, I always used to think they were hippos because they looked like hippos. Macarena is a classic. I have a hard time believing it because of how TikTok-fied it's become. Yeah, that's the problem with TikTok. They TikTok-fied everything. And then people get so fed up of it. But yeah, Macarena is classic. It's still played in little holiday parks today. Or any kids stuff. I think Gangnam Style was popular for a while. There's a lot of oldie stuff as well that's still popular. I can't remember the actual song name or who sang it. It's probably just called Superman. But it's the whole brush your hair, go for a swim, and Superman. Um, that is still really popular. That's an oldie as well. Um, Another one that is usually played. I haven't heard it as much now. Um, but I I want to say you were the one that showed me the VTuber Rocky Horror Picture Show. Um, one of the songs, Time Warp, that used to play all the time when I was growing up in little kids stuff. I haven't noticed it as much now, but that used to be hugely popular for kids stuff. Um, the show itself was never for like show to kids, from what I can remember. I could be wrong, but from what I can remember, but the music was. Yeah, there was also one character called the Grok, who was a huge black monster with less scary than she appears. I don't remember that one. I'm sure if I saw like the show again, it would jog a lot more memories. I just have a vague remembrance of that. What else was there back then? Because there was a lot. We also had things like Thundercats and trying to think now. What was it called? For Thundercats. Thunderbirds. I knew it was Thunder something. I always get the two names mixed up for some bizarre reason. But Thunderbirds was another one. I know they remade that. I'm gonna say recently, but again, a few years ago. That used to play a lot here. I tell you what, you probably won't remember because I'm definitely showing my age. I only have a vague recollection of it, but the songs get stuck in my head all the goddamn time, and it's annoying. And they're supposed to be annoying. Is Lamb Chops Play On? This show was actually before my time, but it was still airing during my time. And oh man, it was so goddamn annoying, the opening and the ending. And it still gets stuck in my head all the time. Like if you've never heard of it before, yeah. I wonder if I can actually pull it up because I need to stop trying to think. Okay, I'm gonna close my door 2 seconds. Only because I can hear movement outside and I don't want outside noises getting in. It's that. There we go. Found it. I'm going to torture you all because I don't think this is copyrighted, as far as I know, anyway. Okay, so the first one isn't too bad. It's the second one that is it will get in your head and it will never leave. But let's check chat first before I go playing things. Another classic song that is still popular if you're into that kind of genre, or was anyway, Beyond Moon by Brooke and Dunn. I heard some classmates of mine sing part of it, so it must have been. It doesn't sound familiar, but I'm terrible with names. So I might have heard it. Thunderbirds, I may be into Yankee, but I absolutely adore the works of Cherry Anderson, including a show called Four Feather Falls. Yeah. Some songs are just good. Like, I'm not pro Russia, but I fucking love Tetris, and props to the Russian who made that game. Like, chef's kiss. Some things are just good, regardless of who you are. Fun fact about Thunderbirds: voice of Brains was Grandpa Pig on Pepper. Holy shit! Seriously, what? Peppa Pig. I would not have put those two together. See, that's what I love about voice actors. They can just be, they can, like, you don't always know it's them. Lamb Chop was shown in Europe. I didn't know she was that popular. Oh, yeah, she was really popular over here. Lamb Chop Furs and Swinging Last Star is also about, by the way. I can't remember a lot of it. I just remember the opening and the ending, and it is so nostalgic. Like, again, before my time, but played during my time. And we're gonna torture everybody with these openings. Oh.
If you're into fun and you love to play,
if you like funny jokes that put you away,
if you like to dance to a slamming sound and you like having lots of friends around,
and if you're one of those kids who lives by the rule that sad is bad and happy is cool.
Ooh, little buddy, you're about to see you're in the very best place that you could be.
Hey, it's Lamb Chops, play along. Where kids come to play along and fun things are all we ever do. Yeah, it's Lamb Chops, play along.
Come join the kids and play along.
We got a lot of good stuff for you.
Bounce your bottom in your chair, bounce it here, bounce it there, and with tender, loving care, bounce it everywhere. Bounce it fast, bounce it slow, bounce it high, bounce it low. Sing while you bounce along.
One more chorus of a song. Lamb Chops, play along. Where kids come to play along and fun things are all we ever do. Yeah, it's Lamb Chops, play along.
Join the kids and play along.
We got a lot of good stuff for you.
And you, and you,
And you.
and you. Yeah, and especially you.
Oh man, so nostalgic. Uh, did you guys get Charlie Horse Music Pizza 2? That was the final Sherry Lewis show. I think so. Again, it's been like a long time since I've like watched any of these sort of things. So my memory is like very very limited. But yeah, it's the theme tunes. They just get stuck in my head, and every now and then I find myself singing to them. Especially the ending. But I want to say we did, but don't quote me because again, memory fuzz. Sherry Lewis was impressive because she was a ventriloquist, but puppeting style so good you wouldn't guess. Yeah, like obviously the quality of these videos are really poor because of how old like these shows are. But yeah, she was just like amazing. Like you couldn't tell that she was a ventriloquist. Like you would think that they would like voiced by like people off screen or something, but no, all her. And now for the song everybody hates but loves. Because we can't, not torture people. Nope. But help if I have.
This is the song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is the song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is the song that doesn't end. How do I turn you off? It goes on and on, my friend. Okay. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever. I can't believe you guys. Okay, I've had it. That's it. That's it. What are you doing? Some people started singing. What? What is this? Hey! No. This is the last time, right? This is it. This is it. This is it. This is not funny. My friend, some people started. Okay, if you guys are going to keep that up, I want you to go far, far away. Go. No. Keep on going.
This is how I feel about the song sometimes.
This is the song that... Charlie Horse! No, stop. Charlie, stop. I want you to go away. Go away. And don't slam the... door. This is a song that doesn't end. Yup, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is a song that doesn't.
Okay, we're not going through it twice. As amusing as it is, I am not torturing myself twice. Okay, there we go. I've had my fun. I've successfully tortured like almost everybody on the internet now. Or at least those who will come to this and watch. You're welcome. Charlie Horse Music Pizza was a show which took place at beachfront restaurant. There was also a guy who's on skates. See, that sounds familiar. Um, sticker checker. Yeah, some of the things I was like, ah, I'm probably gonna get that song stuck in my head again, and then I'm gonna infect like everybody around me, especially my sister. She hates it when I infect her with that song. Oh man, I am feeling so nostalgic today. When I started, I was just like, oh yeah, we'll watch a video, we'll react to a video, we will get Pokemon nostalgic, and then nostalgic just kind of grew out of hand. You don't make bops like TV bops like that anymore. Like there were some good TV like openings to stuff. Uh, but nothing beats a good old bop. Like those songs would get stuck in your head for days and years apparently. By the way, I posted something else on Discord since I know you love Sherry Lewis as a kid. Oh, thank you. I'll definitely check it out. I'll check them all out. Hopefully Twitch doesn't mind me playing stuff like that. I really need to look at their terms of service because I know what the majority of stuff isn't allowed, but never know on like old nostalgic bops like that. I mean, it should be fine. I don't think there's any issues with copyright as far as I know. I guess we'll soon find out if I get banned or something. We'll get a warning. Do you want a song that can get stuck in your head and just say, do it rockapella? That sounds familiar, but it's not triggering any bells. Triggering any bells? Ringing any bells? I get the right phrase eventually. I tell you, the one advert that gets in my head all the time as well. I'm sure you guys had it over there. I'm fairly sure you guys had it over there. The whole red car and blue car had a race for the Milky Way. Tell me of another popular advert jingle. You can't. That jingle lives rent free in my head. How long have we been streaming? I'm not even sure. Oh, 2 hours, almost 3 hours. That's not bad actually. Uh, Rockapella was in the in-house a cappella quartet for a show called Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. I know I saw some of that, um, but it's not a show that lives rent free in my head, unfortunately. I know it's really good though. Um, ah, what else lives rent free in my head? Inspector Gadget. That lives rent free in my head. I don't remember all of the lyrics, um, but I do remember watching that growing up as well. Um, oh, one other thing that gets stuck in my head, TV show, oldie but a goldie, Sharky and George. I don't know whatever happened to that show. I'm fairly sure it was an American one. Don't quote me on that though, because I've never looked into it. But that opening was right through my head as well. Um, oh man, I wonder if I can find that one. I really need to change the uh that because every time I try to open a new tab, I press the right button and it brings up the thinking emote. I need to change that tab. Um, there it is. I knew YouTube has everything.
All you scoundrels, all
Ah, again with the button. I do need to change that. Let's with the window again. I'm going to torture you with all old nostalgia. Maybe this is the last one. I don't know. I can't promise nothing.
All your scoundrels, all your villains. Sharky moves fast and is not kidding. Gangsters, hoodlums, thugs and robbers. George gets there and crime gets clobbered. Sharky
And George, crime busters of the sea. Sharky and George, it's a mystery.
So watch your teeth, all you crooks. George is expert with macro hooks. Mooks pull capers in the sea. Sharky makes sure they don't go free. Sharky and George, the crime busters of the sea. Sharky and George, clear up any mystery.
Yeah. I don't know why I remember that. I remembered nothing of the actual TV show. I only remember the opening. That's all I remember. I don't know why. But c'est la vie. Such a good pop, though. And Inspector Gadget didn't have many lyrics. It was just a repetition of the same ones. That's probably why I don't remember anything else, but like the few lyrics I do remember. Never heard of Sharky and George. Shame. No, true. I only remember the song. I don't remember the actual show. Yeah, you know what? I should probably watch some of the episodes. I wonder if they have the episodes. I don't know. What else was the other thing? I don't remember the theme tune. But there was another show which kind of had. Let's type that for a second. Um, it had a similar vibe to Sharky and George in that it was like gangster themed. Ah, let's see if we can find it. I'll recognize it as soon as I see it. Oop, sound off, please. Uh, Land Before Time, yes, but not what I was looking for. It's T-Rex something. And it had a certain theme to it. I will find it. We don't want all the weird animation YouTubers make, because that's not what I'm looking for. Oh, there's a robo ones now. Okay. Um, let's see. So it was like a mafia themed, like gangster thing. I'm sure it was like T-Rex or something. Other raccoons. I do remember that. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, I thought I had it like saved somewhere. Let's look. There it is. I knew I'd find it. That's YouTube version though. I want a YouTube, not YouTube. It's a Facebook version. I want YouTube version. Let's see if I can find that. Okay, maybe. Found it. Okay. I knew I'd find it. I am determined. Fish, please? No, I can't say that one was, I mean, it might have been shown over here, but it's not one that, collects any memories. So yeah. I only vaguely remember some of the episodes of this one, but this one was an old classic as well. Yeah. I watched random shit when I was growing up, okay? Do not judge me. There's chat. There's chat. This one show I've never heard of before. I probably would have liked it as a kid though. It was really good as a kid. Like, I, I want to say this was the first cartoon which had mafia themes that I can remember. Obviously you had Turtles, which had like, I want to say, brain has gone. My brain has gone. Why is my brain gone? Kind of like Jack Sparrow's rum. Why is that gone? Instead of the rum, it's my brain. Um, the Japanese mafia. I've forgotten what the fucking term is. So you obviously had themes of that in there, but mafia, like first time I had ever seen it in a kids show, other than like Turtles kind of version. But I want to say the old school didn't have too much of that in the Turtles. But anyway, point is, I loved that show. Oh, trapdoor! I remember that. Oh man. Yakuza, thank you. I don't know why my brain just died. I've got the Yakuza games like right in front of me as well somewhere. Actually, no. Actually, I think they're in front of me, but they're behind the pile that I'm looking at. I don't know why my brain died. That happens. So sometimes I'll remember what it is, but I won't remember the name of it. My brain is special. But yeah. So we obviously had the Yakuza themes, although it was toned back a lot. But Mafia, I hadn't seen before in a show, or at least not a kids show. I mean, there probably are others, uh, but it was a lot more prevalent in that show. I wonder if they could even get away with that stuff for kids shows these days. Do you remember the Keystone Chaos? I don't think so. That's not familiar. What else did we used to have back then? Obviously, Trapdoor. Like as you mentioned, that was definitely popular here. Um, and there was a lot of kids shows. Obviously, you had the more girly stuff, like My Little Pony. I did watch some of that. Can't say I was a huge fan, but I was a pony fan. So I did watch some of that. It was She-Ra. I wasn't never really into She-Ra though. I think that was more of my sister's thing. Um, Strawberry Shortcake. I only vaguely remember some of that. But again, that was more of my sister's show. Um, and one of the girly ones was there. You can probably tell I didn't watch a lot of the girly stuff. Bar My Little Pony. Uh, because it wasn't as fun as energetic and just crazy. It was too safe, and I don't like safe. As we've probably guessed by now, I like all the gore and fights and stuff in my shows. Roger and the Rotten Trolls. It sounds familiar. The only puppet shows I remember are like obviously the Muppets, and Fraggle Rock. That is another bop that gets stuck in my goddamn head. Not as much as Lamb Chop's Play Along, but Fraggle Rock does get sometimes stuck in my head. What about Princess Guinevere and the Jewel Riders? That does sound familiar, but not something I've watched at all, I don't think. Oh, another one that I used to watch though, Captain Planet. Was that the title? I only vaguely remember the opening for that. Cause what did it go like? It was Fire, Earth, Wind, Water. Heart was in there because heart is an element apparently. Oh man, there was something else. I'm sure there was others in there. Oh, Roger and the Rotten Trolls. It's a show following a young boy who becomes king of a small tribe of trolls. Very fast paced and it wasn't even half an hour. Oh, cool. Like a lot of the things that we remember growing up probably felt like it was like so long and epic, which when you look back at it now, it's just like only like 15 minutes or something. Still good, uh, but probably not as long as we remember it being. Uh, about Street Sharks or Stream Dinosaurs, I do remember those. I don't think I watched them, but they definitely aired here. What else was there? I had something in my brain a second ago, and it's fluttered away, like most of my brain. Um, Biker Mice from Mars. I don't remember it too much, uh, but that was a really popular one here too. My friend made a Biker Mice from Mars, a Magic the Gathering deck. It's not an actual Biker Mice from Mars. But the Kamigawa set had a lot of rats in it and mice, and obviously bikes and stuff. So yeah, she made a Biker Mice from Mars themed deck. What about the Magical Adventures of Mumphy? That sounds familiar. I might have watched some of that. Oh, I remember what it was I was thinking of. The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest. I don't know why, but I was obsessed with that show growing up. I think that came out, I want to say in the 90s. Uh, it was definitely, where's my phone gone? Oh, over there. It was definitely, I want to say definitely pre 2000s, although they did a remake of it, I think. I want to say. When did that come out? So blah 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 blah. On 1996. There we go. I knew it was like 90 something. I couldn't remember the exact year though. But yeah, I used to be highly obsessed with that TV show. Can't even remember if it had a theme song. I think it was just music. Like I remember the opening, but I don't think there was any lyrics to it. It was about a young elephant and his friend Scarecrow and Tinky, a pig who could fly. See, that sounds really familiar. I don't remember watching a lot of it, but it is familiar enough that it is triggering a nostalgic feeling. Like, we didn't watch too much TV growing up. We obviously watched enough. Um, but a lot of what we watched, because my mum used to hog the TV. Um, so if I ever got a chance of using the TV, we didn't end up having a TV of our own in our room, which is how we ended up watching as much as we did. Um, but back then, if you had things like Sky, you were limited. Like, if someone wanted a channel, you couldn't just then watch another channel, um, unless it was like the normal list of like BBC and whatnot. Sky, you were limited to watching whatever the person on Sky watched, which was annoying because whenever I used to record Dragon Ball Z, because it used to start before I finished school, so I'd have it set to record at a certain time. So I'd have it on the right channel, and then my brother or someone would come home and change the freaking channel, and I'd be like, no. Uh, streaming has like made things so much better in a lot of ways. It has its issues, but I'm glad I don't have to go through that pain and suffering anymore. Uh, what about Marsupilami? Can't say I know of that one. We did. It sounds like an Australian one. We did definitely have some Australian shows here though. Movie wise, we had Dot and the insert animal name. Um, the most um the most known one would be Dot and the Kangaroo, which was based around the book by the same name, I believe. That was definitely a traumatic video. Again, one of my favorites because I love traumatizing myself as a kid, apparently. Um, but you also had Dot and the Bunny, and another really good one. Um, and there was Dot and the Mosquito, which was okay, wasn't as good. Um, Although the ant song gets stuck in my head sometimes. Um, what else was there? There's Dot and Koala. That was definitely a choice. Um, oh, Dot and the Whale. I kind of like that one. It was different from the other dots, but I like that one. Um, that one makes me cry. There's a few other dots. I think Dot Around the World and Dot Christmas, or they might actually be the same thing actually. Um, I only watched some of those like years later, going back to them. Um, Dot and the Kangaroo and Dot and the Bunny, and I want to say Dot and the Whale were probably the most dot-like ones. Again, Dot and the Whale was, it had a different animation, but it still followed um the whole realism with cartoon. Where some of the others was like, anyway. Um, what about the world of David the Gnome or Danger Mouse? Danger Mouse, I do remember a lot. Um, I can still find merch here somewhere. Uh, I want to say like in clothes stores, whenever you got like uh artwork on a t-shirt, I see Danger Mouse all the time. Um, I do recognize the name David and David the Gnome though. I don't see that anywhere today, but I do recognize it. So I definitely have seen it. I've never seen Dot specials before. What way would you recommend I start with them? Definitely the first one. Dot and the Kangaroo. Um, I don't know if it would be considered offensive to the native originals today. I haven't got a clue. I'm not Australian, obviously. Um, but it's definitely sad. Like it's definitely a memorable movie anyway. Like I think they did try to be as respectful as they can, but I could see it being an issue in places. But it mixes realism with anime, or not anime, but animation, and it's just a unique thing. Like I don't think I've seen that sort of like combination done very well elsewhere. And I'm not sure if it's been done a lot before. I can't say I remember anything else at the time with it, but I'm sure there have been other things that have mixed realism with animation before. I want to say Gumball might have mixed realism with animation in a couple of episodes. I think SpongeBob has. Um, but they don't mesh the two as well as the Dot series did. But definitely start with Dot and the Kangaroo, and then Dot and the Bunny, because those two are kind of a continuation from one another, whereas the other dots are separate identities. They're still Dot stuff, but they don't follow the same storyline. I guess is what I want to say. But they kind of become their own thing. What about the Adventures of Teddy Ruxpin? Now that I do remember. Don't remember the opening or anything, but I do remember, like, I've got an image of the character in my head. Yeah, Gumball mix realism with different animation styles every episode. Finally, even had a live actor playing a real human. See, I don't watch Gumball all that much. From what I did see, because I've got a nephew, so he watches a lot of random shit. Um, it was actually really entertaining for what it is. Like, it definitely made me chuckle. So, and I'm a little bit picky with my comedy. Uh, so it has its props. I'll give credit where credit is due. What was the other one? There was another Australian cartoon. That was quite popular here. I'm trying to remember what it was called. It had a koala. Oh, it had a koala. That's all I remember. It had a koala. Um, oh, man. Oh, was it Blinky Bill? That's the one. There we go. Uh, Yeah, Blinky Bill. I don't remember that one as much as Dot. Um, but that one played a lot here as well. What else did I used to watch? Oh, we had Hey Arnold. That I was obsessed with growing up. And Real Monsters. I love that one. I used to play the game on Sega. I used to rent that from Blockbusters back when renting games was a thing. What else was there? Oh, Rugrats. That's a classic. Um, ah, do you remember watching the dinosaurs with Earl and forgotten all of the characters' name, but you had Earl, you had the baby. Man, that final episode was goddamn depressing, but still. What about As Told by Ginger? I do remember that one. Um, I can't say it was one of my favorites, but I did watch some of it. Jumanji cartoon. I did not know there's a Jumanji cartoon. Um, I did love the movies though. Um, there was something that reminded me a little bit of Jumanji. I'm trying to think of the cartoon. The Wild Thornberries. I used to watch that a lot. We have Twitch. Hello, Twitch. I don't know what you're saying because for some reason it is not showing up on YouTube chat, and I can't get chat up on thingies. So give me 2 seconds because I can get chat up on Twitch somewhere somehow. I know I have Twitch on my phone. This is the annoying thing with OBS, um, because you can't get. Where's Twitch? There's Twitch. You can't get chat for both streams that are up on OBS, whereas on Streamlabs you can. And it's really frustrating. How do I get chat? Oh, there we go. I'm probably going to butcher your name, so I do apologize in advance. But hello, Tenet Baby? BBY? I now have chat up on my phone, just so then I can see ya. Where was we? Fun fact about Hey Arnold, if you remember a song called Simple Things, which Mr. Hyun San, the singing voice was provided by American country singer Randy Travis. Oh, that's a cool little fact. Twitch chat, we are talking about nostalgia. Yes, we are talking about nostalgia. Because nostalgia is amazing. Twitch on your phone, no offense, but that is where the problem begins. I only have Twitch on my phone so I can get up chat. Because originally, even Streamlabs was having an issue where it wasn't showing, even though I had it on multi-stream chat, it wasn't showing anyone but YouTube, and it was frustrating, so I ended up downloading Twitch on my phone just so I could have chat open. So yeah, that's why I've got Twitch on my phone. I don't use it on my phone, only for instances like this where I've got too many other tabs open anyway. It's a last resort. I like remembering the good old days myself. Yeah, it's good to be nostalgic. Did you get Ren and Stimpy in the UK? Yes, we did. How it got past a lot of censorship things, I have no idea. Because that show was, it was it was something. It was definitely something. Yeah. So yeah, we had Ren and Stimpy. Oh, we had Cat Dog. I don't know if you remember that one. We definitely had Cat Dog. Angry Be Angry Beavers. Can't remember the exact title of the cartoon. Two Angry Beavers, I want to say it was called. Uh, yeah, I think it was Two Angry Beavers. Content of the show reflects the content of its creator for Ren and Stimpy. Yeah, that guy was indeed special. Oh man, uh, they don't make shows like they used to. Like, there's definitely some good shows out there, but there's a lot of slop as well. Like, I I don't know what it was my nephew was watching when he was a kid. I want to say In the Night Garden. That kids show that my nephew used to watch when he was a baby made me angry. It was just like, what is this? It's not even educational. Like, even if you don't need it to be, like, you don't need to all kids shows to be educational. You just need them to be entertaining. But it was trying to be educational, but it wasn't. And then you had the words like the flying machine. I don't know what it's freaking called. Would sometimes be really small, and then when the characters needed to get on, it'd be freaking huge. And the same with like the is it the Nunu? I don't know. Okay, the bus thing or car thing or whatever it was supposed to be freaking called. That had the same issue. Like it used to make me angry. It was terrible. We can't hear the chat ping. Can't or can? Um, because I think I've got my headphones in, so the mic's not picking up the ping. I'm hearing it just fine though, which is the main thing. Um, In the Night Garden made you angry. That's a hot take. Yeah, I'm gonna get cancelled for that opinion. I can see why, but personally, I think it's complicit. The goal is goal room. Still, Rosie and Jim. Oh, Rosie and Jim. See now you're talking. I liked Rosie and Jim growing up. Um, Production company. Let's check Twitch just in case. Man, I don't know how to explain cat dog animation jarring. I guess yeah. Um, I'm fairly sure people in the 90s and the 80s were just fucking on uh uh popping pills, should we say? Uh, some of the animation was just fucking out there, so out there. Uh, I'm not gonna say all of your name because there's lots of zeros and ones. The hello code. Welcome to the channel. Got the same vibe like Cowardly Dog. Oh, Courage the Cowardly Dog. Yes, now that's a classic. That cartoon is stuff of nightmares, and still, yeah, one of my favorites because I like to torture myself. Code says, I have some questions. That's fine, you can ask some questions, that's not a problem. My only rule is that we try to keep political talk to a minimum because I find it boring. So I don't tend to do a lot of political talk. By the way, the new was the Teletubbies. Am I getting my shows mixed up? Oh yeah, it was. I'm getting my shows mixed up. Oh man, Teletubbies was another one that used to anger me. But I think that was because I was an older kid when that came out. Um, so yeah. The question was by code. Why are we talking about childhood shows? Because we watched a video earlier about the Game Boy and Pokemon Red and Blue, and obviously subsequent other games of that era. So we're just on a nostalgia kick at the moment. That happens a lot here. If we're not playing nostalgic games, we're talking about nostalgic shows or something. I do play like modern stuff as well. Um, like uh, God man, all the things I say modern is sort of like released a couple of years ago. Um, but yeah, we play a lot of different games here. But we're very much the nostalgia era. I can definitely see why Teletubbies thank you. The only reason I liked it was the technology of the Tubby Dome, especially the Tubby custard machine. Tweenies is better? Oh man. I want to say I know what the Tweenies are, but I can't quite picture them. So the new question, what is your exact definition of politics? Just basically anything. I just can't be bothered with it. I don't mind a little bit. It's just it can just get a bit too much, and there's a lot of politics streamers already. Um, so it depends. I just don't find the topics a lot all that interesting. Um, and by interesting, I mean I can get passionate, but I don't really want to focus my channel on politics. If that makes sense. Like I just want to have fun and chill here, and I want other people to feel uh chill and comfortable. All I will say, um, if you swing too far in either direction, you're probably not gonna like me. Tweenies is a BBC show for kids who graduated from Teletubbies. Follows four kids in a nursery. Their dog caretakers Max and Judy. See, that still sounds familiar, but again, that probably came out after I was out of the stage of that kind of show. So I think I'd moved on to more mature stuff by then. Uh, basically anything politics. It depends what you mean by objective things. Basically, if I don't want to talk about it, I'm probably not going to talk about it. If I want to complain about something because it's annoyed me, I'm probably going to mention it. But that's about as far as I'm going to go. But basically, if you're looking for a politics streamer, I'm not it. Tweenies came out in 1999 and ended in 2002. Yeah, see, at that time, I was more into like I want to say like more mature stuff. Not quite adult stuff because I was still a kid, but definitely more of the more mature stuff. So things like Teletubbies and that was not the thing I was into at that time. Yeah, a lot of the things that came out then definitely could not be shown now. The amount of smoking and drinking and popping pills that used to go on in kids shows back then, definitely not good for kids these days, I guess. Probably for the best. What about Gargoyles? I love Gargoyles. Didn't they want to make a remake of that show? I don't know if they actually did. I can't remember. But that show was like that show was prime. What else was there? There's so many good shows back then. Like you asked me what shows are really good out nowadays, and I couldn't even tell you. Like there's nothing I am like hyper focused on when it comes to shows. Dragon Prince showed promise with the first couple of seasons, and then it kind of fell off. Um, but I think animation in today's age suffers from the fact that there's just so much of it, and not all of it is good content either. A lot of it is just slop that streaming services have like uh, had made to fill up their quota for content rather than ensure quality, and it really shows. My mum says that my brother loved Gargoyle so much that he would never go to bed without watching it. He was also scared of E.T. the Terrestrial. To be fair, E.T. does look kind of creepy, and the E.T. game can burn in a fire. I only played it once, I think, and then I think we returned it because it was just so unplayable. Cocomelon. Oh, don't even get me started on Cocomelon. My friend has a little one, and she loves watching that shit. And I'm just like, every second I watch that, it feels like my brain has like lost a few more brain cells. That's probably why I can't talk half the time because I've lost so many brain cells to Cocomelon. Uh, oh, hello. I'm probably going to butcher this like I butcher everything. One Death Reyes? I apologize, but hello, welcome to the channel. You know what? We can actually make chat a little bit bigger. Oh, no, wrong button. I really need to change that toggle. There we go. Because we're not going to watch anything now. I say that and I'll probably want to watch something. But yeah, now we can see chat a little bit better. I'm doing fine, thank you. I'm gonna shorten your name to One Death just because it's easier for my dyslexic brain to manage. But I'm doing well. Hopefully, you guys on Twitch are doing well as well. Back to talking about quality content, Max Steel. Yeah, I don't remember that one too well, but that is one I like. I remember watching a lot. My name is Death Red Eyes. Oh, is that how? Of course it is. Yeah. See, with my dyslexia, it just kind of wanted to mash red eyes into one word. I don't know why. Red Death. What does that remind me of? Red Death. It's in a show or a game. I can't remember what though. It'll come to me eventually. Oh, I know when. Did you guys? This is probably going to be a little bit too Red Dead. There we go. I knew Marcus would probably remember what I was from. Um, Marcus and Knight know everything. Whenever I have brain farts, they always remind me. Um, yeah, so this is probably going to be. I have no idea why Red Death is counting down. Um, this is probably going to be a little bit too obscure. But if you ever watch The Last Unicorn, it is by the same animation team as them, Rankin Bass. But Flight of Dragons. It is probably too much of an obscure movie. But that is one I love. Like, I'm gonna have to do a video on that one. For those of you on Twitch, I do upload other content on YouTube. Sometimes me playing games, sometimes just videos of me talking about stuff I like. But yeah, A Flight of Dragons. I love that movie. Followed me. Oh, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Actually, you know how I said that we're probably not going to. I didn't mean to bring that out yet. Ah, chaos. Chat, come back. We've lost chat. I know I said I wasn't going to watch anything else. But this is just peak movie. No adverts? Okay, good. Mm, Flight of Dragons, I've not seen the Thai film, but I know Darth Vader is the villain. Yes, he is. And I saw a part where the dragons blinked up to our hero if they breathe fire. It seems fascinating. It is really fascinating. Like, I tried to get my friend to watch it with me back when we used to be a lot closer, and he didn't get very far in it because he just kept mocking how quote unquote fat dragons looked. I was like, well, if you watched the show, it would explain that. But he kept like going on and on. So I was like, you know what? If you're not enjoying it, don't force yourself. We'll watch something else. It was kind of funny, in a way. But I was just like, ah. But yeah, it is fascinating because it takes the book Flight of Dragons just goes over like there's no story or anything. It just goes over how if dragons were real, how it would be possible that they would fly, breathe fire, and all that lot. So we go into the scientific explanation of how things worked. Really fascinating. Yes, I do have the book. But it also takes the story from another popular book. I haven't actually read it because I couldn't find it. Called The George and the Dragon, I believe the title's called. So it took the plot line from or basic premise of that and put it into the movie. The movie itself feels very D&D, and the elves here on the movie are classic elves where they were smaller, rather than tall and lanky and pretty. So it's definitely an old school D&D sort of movie, without it actually being D&D. It's really good. But yeah, it does have Darth Vader as the antagonist of the movie. I love it. Let's let's catch on chat quickly. I may check out the book next time I go to library. If you can find it, it's definitely worth looking at. It might be a little bit of an obscure book to find, but definitely worth it if you can get a hold of it. 39 people clearly don't know good quality. I'm surprised you get YouTube to show this is Slex. Oh, yeah, I've got plugins. I was like, why take away that? This is already doing my fantasy loving and lore hunting heart proud. Go watch. Totally should. I think there are places where you can get it. The quality isn't the best, but there are places you can get it. I'm fairly sure you can get it on DVD. I've got mine on DVD. I think it is an American one, but I think the region was set to every region, so I can play it. on any like system. Yeah, it is such a good movie. At least I think so. I'm obviously biased, but because dragons. I actually do remember seeing this intro. It is a classic intro. Yeah, Rankin Bass. They also did The Last Unicorn. That sounds girly for those of you who haven't seen it before, but I promise is worth watching. Because it is not that girly. It sounds girly, but it's not. It also has Big Boo Bear in it. If you're into trees. Oh man, that scene gives me nightmares. And not because it's scary. It's just nightmare fuel. Period. It's so nostalgic. Oh yeah, we'll watch this clip in a minute. I love this clip. Um, and I wish I could watch the whole movie and not get in trouble for it. Because I totally would. Go away. Not you guys. No. Chaos. Chaos reigns. I want to chat. There we go. John Ritter is also Clifford the Big Red Dog from the 2000 series. I did not know that. By Mr. Chat. Another good animation movie with good soundtrack is Rankin Bass, The Hobbit, and the BFG. I love the BFG. The only bad thing about The Hobbit is no Ballad of Bilbo Baggins. Yeah. Man, I really need to rewatch The Hobbit because I only remember watching some of it. I definitely need to watch more of it though. Oh man, these old Rankin Bass movies were just peak. Do not change my mind. Yeah, this is one of my favorite scenes. Um, you get to learn why Gorbash is called Gorbash. Yeah, I think they've flipped the picture because it should be on the other way. I'm guessing to get around the copyright of YouTube. Did Flight of Dragons inspire part of your character? Yeah. I mean, a lot of it is because obviously Welsh and Welsh dragons. But yeah, Flight of Dragons as well inspires a lot of me. And not just my character, but a lot of my books as well. Like, I love the Flight of Dragons so much. I just do. Like, it doesn't do anything like movies of the time didn't do. Um, but name me a another movie that has fucking dragons in it that are smart and can converse and are just fantasy dragons, not boring dragons. Apart from Dragonheart, that one's another good one with smart dragons. Like a lot of dragons in movies and stuff tend to be just wild beasts that can't like talk and reason. Like I don't mind if dragons are portrayed as evil. This guy is Breach, but a lot of them are just like raw. I'm a dragon. I don't speak. I love how you can see where the knight's nipples are supposed to be due to that. You know what? Yeah, valid. I didn't want to point it out, but yeah. You think? Um, there's not a movie, but look at DreamWorks Dragons Rescue Riders. Yeah. Um, so obviously you have DreamWorks, How to Train Your Dragon. They are smart, but again, they don't talk. So they are treated like animals more than like sentient beings. Still love the movies though. I love the movies. Don't think I'm going to be watching the remakes though because I don't see the point. Um, but yeah, I have seen the TV series. Very good. Um, I do also have the books. I haven't finished reading them all. Um, oh, and Smart. I'm probably going to butcher his name. Smaug. That. I want to say Smorg, but it's not Smorg. My dyslexia making me think a word is not what it's supposed to be. Anyway, Yeah, I suppose Smog is also a dragon that is kind of reasons and speaks, and is still a villain. Uh, Rescue Riders does have dragon that really? Is that one of the new series then? I'm probably thinking of the one with Hiccup. I don't remember any of those dragons talking. If that's one of the newer ones, I haven't seen any of the new ones. Yeah, I love the Flight of Dragons. Uh, yeah, that's spoilers. Spoilers. So we can't watch any of the others. They're spoilers. It's pronounced not pronounced smog. The first pronunciation temple. Yeah, it's because my brain sees a word and it's like, oh, it's supposed to be this, but it's not. Uh, Dragon Rescue Riders came out in 2019. I'll look it up. I won't show anything, because that definitely is copyrighted. If I just pause it, oh, add. If I pause it with the characters on screen, uh, hopefully YouTube doesn't mind that because it's just a screenshot. But do you mean this one? Well, I forgot in America we had a preschool show called Dragon Tales. That sounds familiar, actually. Okay, maybe there's more than I thought there was. Usually when I come across movies with dragons in it, they're just mindless beasts. Um, but I guess there are a few more than I remembered. Yeah, if this is what you mean, I have not seen this show. I personally do not consider it canon, even though it is by the same people, and well, I say the same people. No, not the Nine Realms, Nine Realms. Its name. Oh, okay, so not this one then. Um, she had Defenders of Berk. I remember seeing all the Riders of Berk. I remember. It's probably gonna not let me find what I'm after, actually. Um, let's see if I can. Because what's showing up is the one with Hiccup, and I don't remember any of the dragons talking with them. Um, I think you mentioned the name of the episode, didn't you? Maybe I'm looking the wrong thing then. So Rescue Riders. That's probably why I'm not finding it, because I'm looking for the other thing. Yeah, okay, this one came out. Oh, go away, ad. Okay, let's bring it up. So you mean, again, screenshot, so we don't get into legal trouble? Well, I say legal, copyright trouble. You mean this one? Again, I don't put. Oh, so on Peacock, that's probably why. This might actually be the special then, maybe? I don't know. But yeah, I've not watched this one either. Again, I don't consider this one. I don't consider this one or the other one I just showed canon. Um, yeah, it's by DreamWorks, but I feel this is more a childified version of How to Train Your Dragon, so I don't consider it canon. But interesting that they talk in there, because obviously in the uh, OG lore they can't. They're just animals, but dragons. Still fucking awesome though. No, well, Heroes of the Sky is only one of the shows. It is the spin-off. I've lost chat. Um, the first show was simply Rescue Riders. I see. I mean, it's nice to have dragons that do talk and reason, even if they're still evil. Don't mind them being evil. Um, it annoys me a little bit in How to Train Your Dragon because it's not canon to the series or the movies, but meh. I get it that that's more for aimed at young kids, so they can't exactly have creatures that don't talk. So I kind of get why they did what they did. We are still okay in Twitch chat. Just make sure I haven't missed anything on Twitch. Okay, I think. Actually, let's just make that a little bit smaller. I think I'm going to call it here because I really need to stretch my legs and find something to eat. I can feel my stomach telling me that it needs food. It's not quite on the verge of growling yet, but it's definitely saying, "You're hungry. Maybe find a snack." The only way they talk is because, as you say, it was kiddified, and because the two main humans, Dak, the boy on top of Blue Dragon, and Sister Layla can talk to them, but nobody else. Ah, okay, so it's a case of those two kids can understand the dragons, hence why the dragons could talk, but the dragons don't actually talk, so the rest of the clan can't understand. Okay, yeah, I suppose that makes sense. Like if there's some I don't know bullshit reason why. I'm sure they thought of a reason, like a spell or curse or whatever. That's the usual go-to. But yeah. Yeah, we hear them as they do. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. So I just punched my phone. Not quite literally. I just kind of knocked it with my fist. But yeah, we're gonna call it here for today because I definitely need to find food before you guys can actually hear my stomach growling. It shouldn't pick up on the mic, but I don't want to take that chance. So I will see you all hopefully next Thursday. Thursday. I want to say Thursday. I don't think I'm working Thursday. I'm fairly sure I'm not. But um my hours are all over the place at the moment. I'm doing a lot of overtime this week. Lucky enough I had Thursday off this week. Um so hopefully there's a stream next Thursday. The reason I could stream today was because I'm not doing the usual D&D/magic night. Because my friend is away in London for a couple of days. So there's no nerdy night, unfortunately. But fortunately for you guys, because it meant we could hang out longer. But yeah, I hope everyone has a good day. We won't keep you. Have a good meal. I love the nostalgia check. Exactly, that's what we're here for. We are here to avoid the politics and the depression of today's age, and we're just going to live in the happy memories of nostalgia because that's more fun. So yeah, I will see you hopefully next Thursday. If not, I will try and set a day for streaming. Hopefully it'll be Thursday. It could be Friday again though. It depends on whether or not I'm working Thursday. I don't think so at the moment. But work likes to be crazy and give me all random hours lately, which is good for my money. Good for the money, I meant to say. Because I need that. I'm going away to London myself. I think it's next month. At the end, for a couple of days. So I'm going to need some extra pocket money in order to buy food. So yeah, I will see you hopefully next Thursday. Until then, stay safe, stay happy, and I'll see you later. Mwah. But yeah, take care, guys. Thanks for coming, and I'll see you soon.